Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, May the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me. And you can see my screen. And what a fiasco this is, this SWTX. So it's a fiasco because of these ridiculous price targets put on some pretty big name firms like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan of $90. In fact, I think JP Morgan, I thought it would have been just regurgitated this morning, but it's timestamped this morning. So they're still maintaining a $90 price target. If you were following this SWT, that's oops. Just a minute. If you've been following this SWTX story, on Monday morning, they came out with some great data, I guess. It looked like phase three data. The stock actually popped up to $50 in the pre-market on Monday. And, it slids ever since, but, maintaining this 30 level. And today they come out with obviously some horrible data. And now the stock is down to 17. Again, you got to remember, Goldman Sachs put a $90 price target on it. I think Wedbush has a 50. JP Morgan reiterates a 90. It's ridiculous. But anyway, there you go. SWTX. Um, Maybe we get a bounce. I don't know. Maybe we get a bounce today, but boy, oh boy, that's devastating for anybody who is holding on in this area. What else is happening? AVDL. AVDL. So AVDL is popping. Let's see, Wainwright. I guess I don't know if it's just the Wainwright. Wainwright. No, again, Wainwright's put a. I don't see what they put on. They put a buy on, but I don't see a price target. Anyway, AVDL. Meanwhile, SWTX continues to move down, guys. SWTX continues to move down. I've got this. This is my one text to voice pre-market. So every time SWTX makes a new low, she is reading out the symbol to me. She meaning our voice to text. Or how about text to voice? You know what else is in complete and utter disarray? Look at MJ, guys. Look at MJ. This is the cannabis ETF, one of them, but probably the main one. And look at CGC. CGC, which was supposed to be the leader in the entire industry. CGC earnings play, dragging them all down. I'm not even going to look at TLRY, but I'm sure they're all down today. ACB. Where's William? It's a good thing I didn't take a long on Big. Big is down today. Earnings play, that's big. It's down 14%. They also did an offering, ACB. So big is down 14%, and it's an earnings play. This is a low float too, 26 million in the float. You were totally wrong on big. Totally. I'm just kidding, William. I'm just kidding, William. Red Robin. Red Robin. RRGB is an earnings play. Positive, I think, yeah, it's a little positive earnings play. Another one, very low float, 15 million in the float. So it's a pop up on earnings. What's possible? I don't even know if Tilray came out also. They appear to be on the 27th. It's a CGC that came out with earnings. Yeah, CGC. They're the big one. They're the big ones. That was supposed to be the leader in the industry. CGC down 12%, basically an all-time low. PMVP, PMVP is gapping up. Actually, when I first saw this, it was down here at 13. So it's a little gap up now. Early data positive. Now, when I say early data positive, all I'm doing is they release data and the reaction is positive. That's what I mean. DTC, this was low volume when I first looked at it. DTC, AVDL continues its move up, guys. AVDL, again, this is text to voice. I keep hearing over and over again, AVDL. Dell, yeah, Dell is an earnings play. DELL is an earnings play. Nice earnings play for Dell. Decent volume. So let me take a look again at DTC. Is the volume picked up at all? DTC, and it's starting to pick up. When I first saw it, I think it was only 12,000 shares. So it is starting to pick up a little bit. Don't see any specific reason for it, but it is over 5. The next highs are up around 6. So, I mean, if this maintains $5, could have a bit of a run in it. IOVA, again, negative data or negative reaction to data. I guess I better phrase it like that. IOVA, negative reaction to data. Another one, big gap down for MRTX. MRTX. Big gap down for this one also. Look at this, 31%. Again, negative reaction to their whatever was released, their data that was released. Yeah, Mirati crashes after updating mid-stage data. Okay, so look at this, down 31%. Already talked about CGC. So we have some of the retailers who already looked at big. We also have GPS. No, sorry. Yeah, GPS, not GSP. GPS. The Gap is an earnings play. It is gap down on earnings, along with American Eagle, AEO, another one that gapped down on earnings. And we did talk about big. So we had three retailers, AEO, big, and GPS, all gapping down on earnings. PS, this is a cheap one. PSHG, yeah, PSHG. Look at this gap down, 41%. Don't see any specific news on it. This happened yeah, a little after hours action. And then this morning, look at this SWTX, 17 now. Oh, William, do your little cocktail napkin evaluation of SWTX. Wow. I did not take this short, but wow. PDD is an earnings play. PDD is an earnings play. And this is gapped up on earnings. That's a big move right there. It's a big float, 1.24 billion in the float. So it will take a bunch to keep moving this. Fetch. FTCH, a cheaper one, is another earnings play. FTCH. And another big float though, 300 million in the float. But it is up 7%. Yeah, well, it's got some room to 9, I guess. And then we talked about Dell. And another one that I did see, and I think somebody also mentioned it was Marvel, MRVL. I think this is an earnings play also, MRVL. Yeah, MRVL is another earnings play. A little more expensive, and it's a big float, 843 million in the float. Look at this market. Look at that candle there at 8:15 or the 8:30 candle. So we had a big day yesterday. If you weren't in the market yesterday, look at that Dow, Nas, SPY up big, and looks like we're going to have a continuation to begin with anyway. Yeah, my only comment, PJ, of course, a little bit of controversy, to say the least. Man. Anyway, um, I think it was ridiculous, but anyway, what pretty simple. I mean, it's just, well, first of all, I mean, it's showing up here, the pre-market actives down. There's SWTX right there, LMA, okay. And it's showing up here. It's just a pre-market low. You can have these, okay. So, I mean, this is just a pre-market low with at least 50,000 shares. But you can have these. These are ones I'm sharing. Just go to my home page. Go to my home page and go to my the scan section. And these are the four that I use. Pre-market actives up and down, and the gap up and down. I mean, I only have these two because, you know, it is text to voice, so I am reminded every time something makes a new high or a new low. But this is really what I use. I mean, I concentrate on my top lists. Meanwhile, guys, not over yet. GME and AMC. AMC was having a big move. Had a big move from 1240 all the way up to 1280. GME not over yet either. MRTX continues its move down. Boy, with some big, massive gappers on the some of these bios. Obviously, the big one being the SWTX, but MRTX also. I mean, 33%. And that news happened after hours. You can see the move area right there. That's the after hours. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. Now, it is a holiday on Monday in the States. Yay! So I will not be here, of course, Monday morning. So let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from the analysts this morning. Don't anticipate too many. You know what? There are actually more upgrades and downgrades than I would have thought. Okay, let me just get some of them in. Just because of the holiday, they'd probably not be as active, but let's just take a look. Somebody's upgrading Roku. Who's upgrading that? Pivotal Research Group, whoever you are. Morgan Stanley upgrading Macy's. Hey, we got a couple of upgrades for IQ, Citigroup, and the benchmark. Meanwhile, SWTX continues to drop. What a fiasco that is. Oh, gosh, I'm not in this one. I kept thinking maybe it'll base and have a little bit of a pop, a little bit of a bounce. Not even close. Look at this thing. Okay, those are some of the upgrades. IQ, take a look at IQ, a couple of upgrades for IQ. Let's see what's happening with IQ. Okay. Another one that continues to move down. Wow, this PSHG now is underneath. So it's a financing. Okay, that's what it is. 8 million. Are you kidding me? They're raising $8 million. Big deal. But that's the reason for this one. But this is just getting destroyed. There are no shorts available now for me. I don't know if there were available earlier. And I'm talking about the PSHG. All right, let me get the downgrades in now. There are a few more downgrades than there are upgrades this morning. Ha! I haven't seen this before. SPY is being downgraded by Citi. I have not seen that before. There's your red box downgrade. At the $1 or something. So we have two downgrades for GPS, guys, Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan. And JP Morgan downgrading American Eagle, AEO. But I'm serious, I don't think I've ever seen the SPY being upgraded or downgraded by anybody in all the years I've been looking at these upgrades and downgrades. PJ, where was your GME call this morning? I didn't see it. All right, just looking to see anything else kind of sneaking in here. Citigroup downgraded the SPY. Again, I've never seen that, John. I've never seen, usually the upgrades and downgrades. I don't think I've ever seen an ETF being upgraded or downgraded, but certainly not the SPY. Not that it's not a big deal, but it's just sort of interesting to me anyway. Yeah, Citigroup. Right there, Citigroup. Exactly. Okay, 918. Let's take a look at the sectors. So obviously, shouldn't say obviously, but most of these sectors are going to be positive. So I'm going to go to our dock channel bar from their toolbar, click on new and then dock channel bar, and then look at the sectors. And so usually energy is usually 100% either way. So anyway, so what we're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Actually asked them to put XRT in here, maybe get rid of XLRE, but put XRT in here, the retail sector. I think that's certainly followed way more, I think, than the real estate sector. So XLE, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So this is XLE, the energy ETF, the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up XLE. And so when you see a percentage like this, and this is unusual, usually it's 100% either way. In other words, 100% of them are down from yesterday's close, or 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. So this is interesting. It's about 50-50. So you look at this technology, 92% of them, and just jumped. 94% of them are above yesterday's close. 80% communications. Of course, this can all change once the market opens. We look at this, half an hour after the market opens. This could be a very different picture, but this is what it looks like right now. And of course, the only reason that doesn't say 100%, looking at the spider sectors, is because energy is at 40-60. So it, otherwise this would be 100%. If that number was over 50%, say 60%, then 100% of the sectors would be positive. But again, this is early, 10 minutes before the market opens. They don't generally. No, they don't generally. Yeah, I see what you're saying. No, they don't generally talk about any Canadian stocks. Sorry, Zach, to what price? What do you mean by that? To what price? Red Robin is moving higher here, guys. Red Robin, well, it was anyway, RRGB, it was. Just pull back a little bit here. Oh, you have no idea how much I want to talk about that game, but I can't do it. Can't do it, can't do it, can't do it. Oh, I see, I see. I don't think they had a target. I don't, well, I shouldn't say that. Let me just, let me see if I can actually, that was just an upgrade and downgrade. Okay. So this is what it says. Citigroup downgraded S&P to neutral. So I don't know. That's all that they didn't put a target on it. If you can see my screen, Citigroup downgraded S&P to neutral, whatever that means. Okay, let's see. Anything else kind of sneaking in? Yeah, CMRA guys, CMRA. I guess this was an IPO a few days ago, or well, that's right, Clemera. So I think this was a SPAC that turned into CMRA, and this is just now an all-time low. CMRA sinking here. This could, let's see, could this show up on, no, it cannot show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. You want to know why? It hasn't had 10 days. Yeah, well, it's the first time I've ever seen that green. Boy, this PSHG, well, I don't know if there were, I think there were shares available earlier to short. Look at MJ, guys. Look at MJ. I mean, every time I remember these months here, I thought, okay, maybe. I mean, it actually got up to $34, $7 now. This is the cannabis ETF. Wow. Today's the last day of the test drive. Yeah. Really hasn't been that much in terms of what I call, well, the support. Obviously I do a lot of support in the room, but I don't think I've been overly burdened. The reason being is that we've got a lot of other people now, doing the support. We've got all the other traders and we've got everything set up. So it's not like the early test drives where I was basically inundated with everything. Guys, FTCH on the move here. FTCH, they're an earnings play. I said it had room to 9. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but the next high look, yeah, is that right? I want to see the next high looking left, 787. Yeah, so this was over $8. So the next high looking left was around 9. So it did have some room, but it's already moving. Man, I hope nobody was in this one. I mean, I don't really know this one at all. PSHG, I'm not sure I've really seen this one before. I mean, I know I can read what they do and all, but I don't think I've really seen this one before. What a collapse on that earnings. No, sorry, earnings on their financing. I mean, they're only raising $8 million and it's at $1.05. 7.6 million shares at $1.05. That works out to about $8 million. And it's a super low float. But this is desperation. I mean, to only have to raise $8 million, it's obvious just to keep them no pun intended, but just to keep them afloat because this has just devastated this stock, this company. Meanwhile, CMRA continues its move down. CMRA, I don't see any specific news on it other than the fact that nobody wants this stock. CMRA. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm now back. Well, can we have 3 big days in a row for the SPY? And we had a big day 2 days ago, and of course yesterday. Can we have another big day for the SPY? Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week and a great end to the test drive, which does end today. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And if I were new to trading, I wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. Dell on the move here, guys. DELL on the move. Earnings play. Well, this is a nice, nice breakout here. All right, we are now open. Oh, just give me a moment. Save that. All right, well, see, there's the bounce that I was not afraid of, but there's the bounce for SWTX. Okay, there is the bounce for it. Meanwhile, PMVP just ripping here. PMVP. Early data positive. PMVP. Low float, 28 million in the float. volume pouring into it now. PMVP. What's the market doing? Dow's up a little. Nas is up more. Okay, there's the IOVA, guys. Not an all-time low, but it is just hit my scanner, the 10-day daily breakdown. Again, just a little early for me to take something. I only usually do this, take it early if it's an all-time low. I mean, look, it could keep going down now, but I just have to stick to my guns. I mean, here's a little pop on it, so just got halted. GPS just got halted. Yes. Well, you called that one. You called that one, Zach. You thought some of these retailers have had a bounce actually, even after being hit on. So let's take a look at AEO. Let's see if AEO is doing the same sort of thing. Sort of, a little bit sort of. AEO doing the same kind of thing. Oh, look at SWTX now. So this is not, this is, now the pre-market low was 15 or so. So look at that big topping tail, 1750. Sellers just knocked it straight down. Look at the SPY, guys. A nice big green candle on the SPY. Yeah, there's no way to private message people in this room. Okay. Look, okay, AEO, guys. AEO. So AEO is bouncing like the GPS. So far, so far. Yeah, I'm just so reluctant to short this right now, this SWTX, because you know what happened right there. I mean, there are going to be people stepping in. It's just hard for me to commit. It's an all-time low right now, but it's a little hard for me to commit. The devastation of the cannabis sector. I mean, look at this ACB, and yeah, they did a financing, was absolutely being blasted here. ACB, CGC released earnings today, such as they were. CGC, almost an all-time low now. Interesting that the AI would look at a short for this little guy. CBIO. So the next low looking left is 107. I don't know. I mean, I'd be reluctant if maybe if it broke down through one. I'm sure you meant AFRM, not AFR, but that's okay, William. WeWork. Oh man, WeWork. Are you still around? So WeWork, this is taking out all of this now on that daily chart. The next high looking left is, let's see, yeah, 748 is the next high looking left on the monthly. 735, 743, 788. So quite a bit to get through between here and 8 for the WeWork, WE. Don't see any news on that. Do I see any news? Appoints Andre Fernandez as the chief financial officer and affirms outlook. So trying to pump this up a little bit. New CFO and affirming the outlook. Look at the SPY guys. That's another massive opening 15-minute candle. FTCH continues getting closer and closer to that 9. Okay, GPS just opened. How did AEO do? Oh, shoot. MRTX is going to get halted, I think. Well, maybe not. There's a little. I wanted to get this one. Look at this, guys. MRTX. I know it's early. I don't normally do it, but this looks This is just getting clobbered here. MRTX. Reason I thought it was going to get halted. I keep seeing that little blue dot. If you have Interactive Brokers, you know what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, look at the PMVP early. PMVP just soaring here. All right, guys, the IOVA continues down now from that 10-day daily breakdown. All getting closer and closer to an all-time low. Oh, SWTX. I'm afraid to take it on the short just because of this pop here. Meanwhile, the market is just surging here. FTCH getting closer and closer to that 9 level. FTCH there. So if you took this one, just be aware of that 9. Looks like there's could be a lot of resistance right around that 9 level. It is an earnings play. Okay, now this is an extremely tough trader, but look at SIGA, guys, SIGA. I mean, look at the move down here. Now the gap up here, and we have a halt. BTMD halted. All right, BTMD. I don't know what the situation on this one is. This is just started trading as BTMD. I have no headline on them whatsoever. No news, no nothing. Wow, this FTCH, I mean, it's now right at that 9 level. I did not take it. Again, a little early for me. Meanwhile, PMVP is just, that's the one today, guys. Severe rippage on this one. PMVP, what's the float like? Yeah, 28 million. So that is one reason for it. Again, guys, if you're going to take this SIGA, just be careful because it is very whippy. But it is, yeah, I mean, the next high looking left is now 1480. Wow. So much action right off the bat. So BTMD, I just don't know what the story is on this one. It's not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers, but I don't see. Is this an uplisting? I have no news here, no news at Interactive Brokers. So I don't know what the SWTX guys. Now we are almost 15 minutes in. Okay, the MRTX is going to get halted now. Yeah, just got halted now, guys. The MRTX just got halted now. MRTX just got halted. And that was the blue dot. So DAC, you were asking yesterday about that. If you happen to have MRTX up as it was moving down, you would have seen a little blue dot beside the bid. Now it happened earlier, but it kept moving. There was a blue dot, then it was deleted, then another one, and another one. So, but finally that blue dot held, and it's usually the sign that it's going to get halted. Nobody in YouTube this morning? ONCT. Let's take a look at ONCT. The cheap one. What? Okay, guys. SWTX. SWTX. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thanks, Scrub. Usually we get one post just saying to say hello. Okay, DTC is a gap up and go. DTC is a gap up and go. And you can see this one, SWTX, a gap down and go. Wow, look at GME now. Oh man, I'm gonna have to get rid of this one. 143. When I say rid of it, off my thumbnail charts. Die, die. Yeah. Ooh, the shorts. Ooh, there are shorts on this one. PVMP. I didn't think there were shorts for me. Lots of shorts. 500,000 shares and Interactive Brokers for PVMP. For some reason, I didn't think there would be. All right. Right now, my alerts have dried up a little bit here. ULCC. This is the one that they're trying to take over. Save, right? Or Frontier. No, they are Frontier. JetBlue. I don't know what I don't know what the situation is now with that potential takeover. Wow, guys, FTCH is just taking out nine now, like nothing. Big move on the SPY still. The SIGA on the move. Again, be careful. Again, it's going to be so whippy. You know, it's not a crazy low float, 41 million in the float. So it's not a crazy low float. All right, guys. Well, what to say about SWTX? So we had this one, SWTX at 1581, the IOVA 742, 689. This is halted, and I think it just resumed 35. It just resumed, I believe. Watching FTCH, guys, to see how well it holds nine. Wow, MRTX. I know it showed up on Zach's bottoming scan, but I'm telling you, I mean, it's bad news, obviously. I'm not saying it won't bounce, but wow. Okay, so here's the AI in ONCT. Okay, there's the alert, 105. What do we see though when we look left? So what I see is, potentially a lot of resistance on the way up. I mean, 105 to 113, what did it get up to? 118. It's not a crazy low float. I just wish all this weren't here. I wish there were more like a clean shot without looking left. and seeing maybe, you know, $1.50 being the next high looking left for ONCT. And I just don't see that. So that kind of prevents me from getting too excited about this one, but you never know. But I just don't have as good a feeling about it. Man, as MRTX, I was all set to place my order when it got halted. It was just after the first 15 minutes had gone by. That would have been a nice $2 pop so far on the way down. What a move on the SPY still, guys. Second, excuse me, second candle, another big green candle in the SPY. PLAB guys, boy, third day continuation on earnings for PLAB. Third day continuation, and it just took out yesterday's high, 2056. All right, guys, AVDL, if it takes out this high here, and it's got a little ways to go, 201. Okay, this is a gap up and go. Sort of news that they have. I don't see any specific news. Had a big down day yesterday. Huge down day yesterday. Trying to recover. But I probably wouldn't look at it unless it took out yesterday's high. Oh, I don't know if it's going to have the biggest change from the open. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, it's 37% down. Well, okay, it might be. It might be from the open. I don't have it. The reason biggest losers, it would show up here, except I think I have a price range of 2, so it's underneath 2. Okay, so I guess if I change that just briefly, it might show up. Yeah, there it is. So it's 25% from the open, yeah? Okay. And your point is? You see this, Barry, 7. Are you talking about that as a price target for big? Okay, again, KJ, I'm like, and your point is what? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's the financing. The entire industry is just in disarray. CGC released earnings this morning. Oh, okay. Well, there's a lot happening in the first 15 minutes, KJ. So If you were here in the pre-market, we did talk about it. So what you're really just, this is just commentary on your part, okay? I mean, nothing wrong with that, but I was just trying to figure out if there was a question there. Ah, son of a gun, I forgot to keep watching AEO. You know, Zach kind of nailed this, you know, AEO and GPS both had bounces, retail bounces, even though they were slapped down on earnings. Oh, now I understand. Now I understand. The $7 is what that was a bounce from about 22 to 29. Now I understand what you're talking about regarding the big. My goodness, look at MRTX, guys. I'm not in it. Son of a fill in the blanks. MRTX. All right, I see Till now. I see some of you guys were talking about Till before. So this is an all-time low. Okay, lots. Yeah, there are shares available. So it's an all-time low. The alert came in at wow 460. So it did bounce actually. It did bounce from 460. It takes out five again. 485 possibility. I'll take a short on that one. Takes out five again. Yeah, MRXC is halted again. Yes, it's halted again. And now it just opened. So guys, this scanner has produced, look at this one, the 10-day daily breakdown. Gave you IOVA, SWTX, MRTX, and maybe TIL now. Just talk about maybe TIL now. The alert was at 460. It did pop off that. I did want to stick a price alert underneath 5 to see if it would take out 5. It just did. So now let's see what happens. See if it continues down. It's an all-time low, so there's nothing supporting it chart-wise. Okay, I have to put an alert here for AVDL, just over $2. See if it takes that out. It's not shortable for me, so I'm just looking at IB. It's not shortable, but if it takes that that $2 level, I might get interested. Right now, it's just I think it'll till, guys, till. Well, it's got to take out today's high, obviously, but you just look left. Just keep looking left on a daily chart, monthly chart. So I mean, it took out that area. Well, 929. 929, what did it get up to? Got up to 925. So that was the next high on the daily chart. So it's got to try to take that out. 905 is there. 932. Then if it can somehow get through, that 925 and 932, then the next high is up at 10. I don't have any news on AVDL. It's just a bounce play. Got hit hard yesterday on news. This is just a bounce play. I don't see any specific news other than, Wainwright maintaining a buy on them. But other than that, I don't see any news on them today specifically. Come on, Till. Big producer today. This little scan here, guys. Big, big, big producer today. 10-day daily breakdown. Even though the market's ripping higher. Which is really interesting. I mean, the market's ripping higher, and yet we've got, 4 fantastic producers on the 10-day daily breakdown to short. Again, one of the scans I am sharing. Oh, look at Till, guys. Wow. This is even. And there's AVDL now. AVDL again making a new high. Takes out that 2. Look out. Yeah, EMC is mentioned this in the pre-market on this move here. Right there. No, right there. Sorry, there's the pre-market. Yeah, above that pre-market high. Pulled all the way back down to 1238. So this is very wild. Somebody mentioned the Top Gun 2 being released, I guess, this weekend in the theaters. So giving a little bit of excitement, I suppose. Another new low for IOVA. There was your alert right there at 742, 931, 742, 677 now. Big percentage move. I'll take a look at the, I mean, you would think, with the market ripping like this, I mean, it's possible that some of these are, like, say, 740. So there's the WE. So there was the alert at 933. Price was 740, 753 now. Let's take a look at Affirm, AFRM, 2860. Yeah, another good one on the upside. PMV, 1607. Now, that was right when the market opened, 1607. And it popped up to 18 if you got, if you were, I don't like to take them right off the bat. And then the CNCE sounds like it is moving also, 566, 580. So, I mean, if you don't want to go short, I mean, there are some good ones on the 10-day daily breakout also. Another one, guys, OSH, OSH is a gap up and go. Now, CNC is, and it's awesome now. 566, I didn't take it, but 566. Again, you want my scans? I'm not gonna, you can just take a look at some of the alerts that come in. If it meets your trading plan to take a look at some of these and trade them, go ahead. But that, these are, they're very active today, both on the upside and the downside. Does CNCE have some news? I don't see any news on the CNCE. Well, okay, guys, I explained my reasons for not liking the ONCT in terms of the AI alert. You know, got up to, you see these levels right here. These, I just think there's too much resistance. It'd be much better if all this wasn't here and there was a clear shot to say $1.50 or so. And clear shot meaning you when you look left, that would be the next high in the daily chart. Maybe not $1.50, but even $1.30. But there's, you know, there's all this to get through. And this is not a crazy low float, 43 million. Now that doesn't mean it's not going to, you know, at some point rip through this, but it just doesn't meet my trading plan. It's that simple. I haven't even looked at, well, obviously in the my watch list down, all three of these showed up too. You know, and again, nothing will happen until at least 9:45 in these two windows here. You'll get the early alerts here, but these windows right here, this is the first time, you know, I purposely delay everything for 15 minutes. APYX from yesterday, it's on my watch list, but I don't think it's triggered. Yeah, for it to trigger, we'll have to, like on the upside, it would have to take out this area right there, 580, for it to trigger. Yeah, no reason to cover IOVA, not yet. The next low is not an all-time low. I'm not in this one, okay? I'm not in the IOVA. It was just a little bit early for me to take it. I would have taken it if it been an all-time low, but it wasn't. So but let's take a look at where the next lows are. How far back do we have to go? So we're back at 2000, low of 490 here, and this is 2017. So we got to go back 5 years before we see these lows. BKSY, guys, BKSY is being active again. This was the one that TIL, guys. This is turning into just an awesome trade. TIL. You heard what I was saying. I wanted to see if it would take out 5 again, and it did. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take any trades at all, just pointing opportunities. And what I was seeing on the till, if it took out 5 again, I said I would be very interested. And there's your, I have to be careful. I cannot talk about taking trades or telling you guys to take a trade. Now the SWTX actually looks a little bounceable now. ACB now is an all-time low. ACB is an all-time low. Financing, $150 million. Who the heck? Here's another little one, guys. METX. It is just barely positive now. And what are you doing? How much room do you have? Yeah, probably too much resistance between here, and that 160 mark. So I'm gonna not worry about it, or not even consider it, I should say. All right, guys, I've covered some of the till. Got down to that 430 level as it popped up into the to 440. I covered some of the till short. Now, there's the bounce for SWTX. SWTX, it's mentioned that this looks like it wants to bounce here, 1440. There's a great dollar bounce. Yeah, I mean, it's getting closer. 201 doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade, just even if it takes out that 201, but I certainly want to be aware of it. Lots of volume coming in. Not a low float, not a high float. It's going to trade the float. Look at that, 46 million have traded, 50 million in the float. So it is going to, yeah, it's going to trade the float easily. All right, so Shady is talking about the PMVP. So he's long this one at 1630, and he put a stop basically at the low here of those 5-minute candles. Nice call, nice call, Shady, on the PVMP. All right, there is your 202 for AVDL. Now, ideally for me, it will just base here for a bit, and then like base here for a bit, and then on volume start really running again. Ooh, did they do a filing? DWAC? 100 million, how much? 100 million shares. Whoa. Potential sale of 100 million shares. Yeah, out of the till, guys. TIL, completely out of it. Just watching now. Wow, that's a big bounce for that SWTX. Did not take that bounce. Look at this bounce. I mean, that's tremendous now. Okay, guys, so there's the AVDL dip down below 2. So my plan would be this. If it gets back over 2 on some volume, probably get me to take the trade. Look at this one. I don't know this one at all. Paragon. Sorry, FNA. Don't know this one at all. I don't think I've seen this one before. It's a relatively recent IPO, I guess. At 18. Not very much volume though. Yeah, 14 times normal, but it's only 173,000 shares. What intrigued me though is that the next highs are up around, well, 1822 and then 19. But wow, I mean, look at this stupid thing. PSHG. I swear I had some shorts available, but right around here, around that 160 mark, we're gonna have to hop on some of these in the pre-market. PSHG did a financing and just absolutely getting crushed here. So I'm in nothing right now, guys. Nothing right now. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the spread is. I mean, it's just what it does. 65 cents, 66. I mean, maybe for a penny stock, but look at this market. My goodness. Straight up so far. We've had an hour straight up. Well, PJ, I know you were talking about DraftKings. Again, these are just so choppy. I don't know where you put a stop if you're going to take these. I don't mean you necessarily, but just in general. I mean, it's just so darn choppy. I mean, this got down to four. Well, I guess it's not as bad as I thought. It looks worse. If I shrunk this up a bit, I guess it's not, well, but I guess it depends on where you're going to put a stop trading these types. P-Lab. Third day continuation off earnings is P-Lab. Pulled back a little bit, but I mean, if it takes out yesterday's high again of 2051, it could, it could continue. All right, so this is on Zach's topping scan, the CNCE, and it's still basically at the alert price of 597. Hasn't really deviated. I mean, if this takes out 580, right there, you can see on the 5-minute chart. I'm going to stick an alert down there, and I'll probably take the short. If it takes this out, and then after that, might have a little bit of room to move down. And that's the CNCE. You don't have to do the same thing I'm doing. But look at well, again, I'll just lay out the case here. Look at the topping tails. The buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down somewhat. It's still 7 minutes for this candle to close, though. So, I mean, this is not for sure, but we've got a couple of topping tails on the 15-minute chart. And to me, on that 5-minute chart, looks like if it can take out 580, it could move down from there. Okay, John. Maybe what you should do with your watch list is attach it to an alert window and have only, like, that's what I do. My watch list is fairly big, okay, but these are the only ones that have, on the upside, and these are the ones on the downside that have triggered from it. But my watch list has way more symbols, so maybe you want to maybe watch it like that. You don't have to, but that's what I do. QS, quantum, with a quantum scope or quantum scape, yeah. I mean, this was such a huge one. Well, it seems like it was years ago. This was back in December of 2020 when this got all the way up to 130 odd dollars. I remember Zach talking about this one forever. Beyond Meat, BYND, BYND. Look what you're doing. So you're taking out yesterday's high, 27.30. So, I mean, we made fun of it, and for good reason. Most of us were able to take part in a great short of it. But hey, I mean, it's back up to where I think it popped to, about that 28 mark. So NRIX, what are you doing today? So I had the big drop yesterday. It's trying to recover somewhat. The next high looking left is 10 for NRIX, approximately 10. Whoa. Well, that bounced. MRTX, that was a great, I don't know if you took this one, Zach, from your scanner. 3404, 3358, and then what a bounce for MRTX. So this is what we're talking about here. So we had a couple of alerts, 3404 and then 3358. I think it proceeded to move down a little bit more. Yeah, 3292. So even if you had taken put an alert at the original, like a price alert at the original alert of 3404, this is a $3 pop. Just a lot to cover. I don't want to lose sight of the CNCE. I can't lose sight of it because I've got a price alert set down around 580. Whoa, all right, guys, it's 10:30, so I guess I'll start my little spiel here. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, in which I share my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So we do have a great promo on right now. Put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link, is what you're going to see. So there's a promo, Test Drive 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. And we have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the premium annual with that 25% discount moves from 2,000 down to 1,500. The standard moves from 1,000 down to 750. The big difference is the AI, not too active this morning, but that is the big difference between premium and standard. This is what the AI looks like over here. But listen, if you don't take out an annual unless you know you want the product, it's that simple. Now there's no mad rush because you can take out say a standard or a premium monthly. You'll get the 25% discount off that first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you take out a subscription, say today, the 27th, if by the 26th, June 26th, you decide, you know what, I really want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo, okay? So you can try us out, you'll still get the 25%, try us out for a month, and then you can always upgrade if you want to. No problem. If you want to stay in a monthly forever, that's fine too. If you do take out a subscription, please do this. Do the Let's Get Started. That's the first thing you should do. Download and install. It'll take you about 30 minutes to run through all of the videos. There are 10 videos. Download and install, first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. Okay? Do that first. Once you've done that, then you can take a look at the education. Click here. This will be a little more in depth, and go to the user guide. Do not get hung up about how much information, of course, in the user guide. All I would do is take a look at these first four. You've already done the getting started. You should know what the channel bar is all about because they're all theme-based layouts. I'll take a look at them a little bit later. All theme-based layouts with lots and lots of scans in them that we have created for you. You should know what the difference is between an alert window and a top list window. And if you want to create your own scans, how you can create them. Okay. Just concentrate on this. Afterwards, you can start looking at the rest of them. You know, how to create a price alert, how to create a sound alert, things like that. But don't get too hung up on all the information. You don't have to learn everything all at once. METX is, I'm hearing, guys. So daily support. So today is Friday, so it should be Andy in our YouTube room. When I take my break between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over. And today is Friday, so that is Andy's term in our YouTube room. Before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to listen to Andy talk for an hour. He's more of a swing trader than I am. Chris is not there today. He's taking the day off. So once the room is, I'll be closing both rooms down at 3:30. We're back to our regular schedule, I believe, next week. So you can sign up for all of the daily webinars right here. And back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. If you're brand new to trading or you need a little refresher, it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so this is a great free service that we have. And if you want my scans, right here, these are all my scans that I'm sharing, including the gap up and gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the four I use in the pre-market to kind of get me set a little bit for what might happen once the market opens. Taking a look at the active stocks in the pre-market. You'll hear me talk about the gap continuation and reversal scan. Of course, this is the one that really produced today, the 10-day daily breakdown. And then we talk a lot about Zacks, bouncers, and toppers, but I have a lot of scans here. Momentum, this is a momentum scan, the Momo scan. It's actually taken right from the channel bar in the momentum layout. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That's free. So I see they've added this up here. So I have this stock of the day video, but I guess you can sign up for it right here. Okay. So a lot of information on my homepage. Save my link. Then you can take a look at all of this, especially my scans, the education, whenever you want. Give me a moment. Okay. Mentioned this METX earlier, thinking that it might have a lot of resistance around 150, but I guess not. Look at this. Low float, 10.5 million in the float, China stock. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. Oh, by the way, guys, look at the TIL now. This is looking like a nice bounce play. Just heading over 5. Longer it holds over 5. What's that high right there? 521. Maybe has to clear that to really put a bounce in. But look at the SWTX. So now we're starting to get some big bounces off that 10-day daily breakdown. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at this now. That's now a classic gap down and reverse. Look at the bounce now for the SWTX. Guess what I'm going to do my video on today? Both the short side and the long side. So again, we're a scanner. We scan the US stock market, doesn't matter where you live in the world, and it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So you already saw that I'm sharing a lot of scans. We also have a lot of scans here. If you click on from our toolbar, click on new and then channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Very popular one is the momentum channel. I mentioned that I have a scan in my, if you go to my homepage and go to the scan section, I have one called Momo. This is it right there. Okay, I basically took this out and I put it in my on my homepage. So this is the scan right there. And all you have to do, if you don't want to go to my homepage, but what I'm really trying to show you is how you can take a scan out that we've created and save it to the cloud. Then you can bring them back one at a time and create your own layout without actually knowing how to build a scan in the first place. To take a look at what a scan is looking for, just right click, configure, summary, and that's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50, minimum 100,000 shares, etc. And this is the key. The volume of the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes 400% of normal. So normally, when you click on an alert, you'll normally see some kind of a volume burst, and that's why it's called a momentum scanner. Okay. So if you like it the way it is, you just extract it. I'll show you how you do that, but you can also change it, of course. If you don't like this price range, as an example, I can make a change if I wanted it between 10 and 100. Click on the summary. You see now it's 10 and 100. I can click on OK, and now I've changed it to 10 and 100. But if you like it as it is, then all you do, or if you make your change, then you just right click, duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, now it's a free floating window. Now you can save it to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in the cloud. Now you can go to another scan, another channel. Let's go to the one that people seem to like, the explosive winners. Who doesn't like an explosive winner? Okay, biggest gainers from the open. You like this one? As is, just do what I did, duplicate it into a free floating window, and then save it to the cloud. Or of course, if you want to change it, anything about it, maybe put a price range, a different price range, or anything about it, fine. So again, all I'm trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels, extract scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then bring them back one at a time, and thereby creating your own layout without actually knowing how to build a scan in the first place. Okay? Art, I don't understand your question. The strat, I don't understand what you mean by that. Am I cutting out? I do have an audio issue. Okay, I'm not doing anything differently. All right, I'm good now. Okay. Well, I'll keep talking, guys. I mean, if there's an issue, I'm not 100% sure what I can do, but let me know if I'm keep cutting in and out. Okay, must be on certain systems then, because most are saying I'm okay. Art P, I don't understand your question. This is somebody from our YouTube room. Will you be including the strat into Trade Ideas soon? I don't understand what that means. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can do that. So when the company started in 2003, yeah, maybe do a refresh. If you're having audio issues, maybe do a refresh on your end, because there's nothing, I'm not doing anything differently, and I'm not even sure what I could do. but it doesn't seem to be affecting everybody. So I'm not sure what to do. Well, no, I understand. No, Jay, I understand that, but there's a question in will you be including hashtag the strat into trade ideas soon, like it's some kind of a specific strategy? So again, if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. So when the company started in 2003, they made an executive decision figuring that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans. So what they did was they created, okay, thank you, Rob, or who answered me, the EKS. Okay, I guess we don't have it. I have no idea what the strat is by Rob Smith. I have no idea what it is, Art P. Maybe we can create it with the filters and alerts that we have, but I have no idea what it is. Candle trading strategy. Okay, I just don't know it. You know, it's possible we could create it, but I don't know it at all. So, guys, AVDL. You heard me what I said. Take out two again, and that would get me interested. Okay. Yeah, anyway, guys, so you heard what I was talking about with the AVDL. I said, look, if it took out two, remember it took out two, it bounced back down below. I said, if it takes out two again, I will be very interested. Okay. And that has worked out extremely well. And why the interest? Well, just take a look. Look left. Where's that T-shirt? Who's going to make me that? Make me that T-shirt. But look left. Look left. Look left. You hear me say that constantly. Why? Well, look left on the daily chart. Once it took out that high yesterday, 201, then you just look left. And I'm not saying it's going to get up to 364, but there's nothing stopping it. Well, if I knew what it was exactly, I mean, I have no idea if we could create that with in trade ideas, candlestick pro. If it's trying to refer to intraday candles, one thing we're not good at. So if it involves that, then we probably, something that maybe I know Michael, who's developing a lot of the Market Explorer scans. It's possible if you know exactly what it's looking for. So again, I'm sorry, I'm getting interrupted. If you want to create your own scan, of course you can. So they decided, you know what? Most people don't want to have to learn a programming language. So let's do this. Let's try to create a lot of alerts. These are real-time alerts that you see here. Those are those when you see these icons. And then if I scroll down to these icons, these are the filters. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. Okay, you don't have to learn them all. But we had to create enough of them so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, that's why we have a lot of them, but you don't have to learn them all. So if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Wow, guys. I'm gonna have to redo my, I haven't done my video yet, but this AVDL now, whew, I mean, that's a tremendous percentage move. That break over two now, all the way up to 240. Oh, let's take a look at some of the other bounce plays from. I see Vonage. I know you mentioned. I just can't keep up. I mean VG. So VG got all the way down. So the alert was at 1915, and then it's come back up. Rely, REOY. The first alert was at 1115, and it still has not bounced yet. So it still could be in play. Stick an alert, price alert at that first area, 1113 or so, and see if it takes it out. Especially if the market, now if the market, you don't want to maybe take a bounce play if the market all of a sudden you get a big red candle, but that's not happening yet. Yeah, I would have kept that in. I think the only thing you might have wanted to do there, blue collar, was just put the AVDL in there in case somebody's looking at that and not necessarily knowing that that's what you're talking about. That's the only thing. Otherwise, I would have. Yeah, that's fine. Because I actually looked at that and was wondering. I mean, I sort of realized looking at the price that you were that at 227. I assumed you were talking about AVDL, but others may not. But I would, yeah, that's no problem putting that in there, in my opinion, anyway. All right, now the AI. So the AI, not too active today. This was a very good week, actually a good couple of weeks for the AI though. Had some really really good alerts. Uh, Not so yesterday, and really nothing happening today. But this is what the AI looks like. So if you have our premium, it's part of the premium service, and I would uncomplicate it completely. Don't get too hung up on first of all, if you look at their AI channel, I wouldn't even go there. This is what I would do. I would click on new from our toolbar and then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. The only other thing I would do is where it says filter, this is a drop down. I would just check the profitable trades. Okay, just check that, and so basically you just want to follow the ones that are profitable. Okay. I suppose it depends on how much action there was at the 275. Like, if it was just a big spike high and then right back down. I don't pay too much attention other than the day of, unless there's a lot of action at that price. Well, I've already traded some out though. I mean, I'm not going to go crazy. I mean, getting in around 207 and getting up to 240, I've already traded some out. I'm not certainly going to wait. Yeah, SIGA is back up, but it's a tough trader. I mean, I just find it extremely. I mean, it's very whippy. Got all the way back down to 10 something, right back up to 12 something, almost 12 something. So you're going to take this one. You're going to have to take, in my opinion, fewer shares with a wider stop. Then the questions we get on the AI is, does it work in the pre-market? No, there are no alerts in the pre-market. The earliest alert would be at 9:35, and happened to be one today, 9:35. Okay, that's the earliest that it will work, and nothing after hours. Usually, I would say after about 11 o'clock, you're not going to get too many alerts. Oh man, probably no more than 10, Art. No, I agree. I see that that move back down, the pull up, and then the move back up. It's just you have to take, obviously you have to have wider stops. So the way I trade anyway for the SIGA. Now, Art, if you're looking for a number, and no, that sounds like then what you want to do is take every trade or auto trade it. We don't recommend auto trading. Okay, we don't recommend it. That's why, sorting on and just using it like a watch list. So right now there are only two. Yesterday I don't know how many there were yesterday. Four. Okay, still waiting on a potential bounce for Rely, RELY, though it's really starting to fade somewhat. And then the next low looking left is 1061. But this came from Zach Scanner. The first alert was at 11:15. I mean, it's not that far away. So if we can get back up there, base, and then move, I mean, that's got some room, obviously. Yeah, there's no, you cannot create a strategy for Holly to follow. No. AI basically is all laid out for you. There's nothing for you to do. There's no, it is I don't even know anymore how many strategies there are, but they get optimized overnight. You run through an optimization procedure overnight. I have no idea how many strategies were optimized. I don't really care. All I care about are what are the alerts from them. Okay, but to answer your question, no, you cannot have the AI, analyze your trade or your symbol. All right, guys, so that's the AI. If you, I'm just watching the Rely guys, I'd like to see it get a little higher. All right, I have to continue on though. Brokerage Plus. So I want to talk briefly about Brokerage Plus. I forgot the B. And see, Rely just broke down below. I'd like to see it take out that original alert of about 11:15. The heck. Sorry, guys. It's not copying right. Here we go. Okay, so I just put a link called Brokerage Plus in the rooms. And so if you click on that link, there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. And all you have to do is click from our toolbar, click on New, Brokerage Plus, and then this window will pop up. And of course, you have all sorts of different columns. If you right-click on my column on the column header, you'll see all the potential columns you can have. I wish they would get rid of a lot of them, uncomplicate things, but that's just me. This is all I use. These are the column headers that I've got. The second video is a lot longer, about 26 minutes long, and it goes into more detail about how you can use this window. Now, again, listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. All it means is you don't have access to this. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas, okay? But it just means you won't have access to this feature. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this. But it's a nice feature if you want to use it. Okay, guys, I'm out of everything now. How I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator, a paper trader. You'll notice in the toolbar underneath Brokerage Plus, two options. One says live and one says simulation. Obviously, you would be clicking on live if you wanted and attach to either your IB or E-Trade account. Otherwise, as a simulator, a paper trader, practice trading first before you commit money to the market. It uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. So if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and you can practice trading. Again, it uses our real-time data. Simple to use. You click on an alert. You click on an alert. Okay, so what's happened here for me is I'm on a development version, and that is not loading the symbol. I just loaded a new version last night. Let me just do something here. Reset the connection, see if that helps. So that is, I have to let the developers know. Again, this is a development version that I'm on. However, it probably would help if I were connected. So first of all, yeah, so that's the reason. So you see it says not connected. So first of all, I've got to connect. So I click on SIM. And that'll change to account eventually. When it says account, then I click on account, and then I click on simulated trading default. Now I'm in the simulator, and now the symbol will load. I thought I'd done that earlier. What a bounce, guys. What a bounce for SWTX. You know, maybe a little tough to hold on to the entire bounce, but man, oh man. Who knows? Maybe it'll be 90 next week. Maybe the Goldman and JP Morgan, let's just, and Wainwright chiming in here, sticking to its buy rating for this. Wow. So what this means here, this this BBW. So this is something I took in the simulator yesterday, and I was just I wanted to demonstrate how you can use the simulator to swing trade also, to practice swing trading. So I kept this in. Okay, we got in at 9:47 yesterday for the BBW. So this is what it's doing right now. So, you know, not bad. So if you want to practice swing trading, you can do so. Again, all you have to do is just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Let's have fun with let's have some fun with the SWTX. Let's do 100 shares. You know, at the market, buy, send. You know, the spread was okay, wasn't terrible. Just have some fun with this one, okay? So it took the trade at 1979. There's no demo, Art. There's no demo. There is no demo. Unfortunately, you just missed out on a 2-week test drive. This is the last day. And for $11.11, you would have had access to the full program for 10 days, 10 trading days. But we don't have demos anymore. But, I mean, if you think it's worth it, you know, we do have a pretty good promo on right now. Let me see if this link is working. Should be working. See if this link is working though. Yes, okay. So if you click on the link, you'll get 25% off. So you can try us out for a month, the standard service. That's all you need. Okay, select your subscription and go to the monthly. It's a toggle. And so to practice trading, you know, for a month, it'll be 118 less than 25%. We do not have free demos. Okay. So if you think that's worth it, and it's, you know, it's not a contract, this month to month. And it's, yes, and it's live intraday. It's using our real-time data. Okay. So what does that work out to? So it'll cost you $88 for the month, okay, to try us out, and you'll have access. Yes, it's real-time data. You don't need a broker. It doesn't, it uses our real-time data, okay? Okay, so as I was talking, I can see that Rely did trigger, but it came right back down. So I'm going to reset that alert and see if it takes it out again. Now, market is starting to drift down just a little bit, just a little bit. There's 45 minutes, nothing dramatic yet. We used to have a demo, but it was a 50, well, first of all, you could never practice simulated trading because it wasn't real time. 15-minute delay. It was giving us way too many headaches, you know, because people were asking us too many questions, and it was just giving us way too many headaches to have it. So yeah, you're right. The CNC is not wanting to take this level out. You know, I mean, this might be still good as a long. Keep an eye on the till, guys. Especially if you work at 7-Eleven. Anyway, keep an eye on TIL, guys. Looks like it may want to bounce off that. I mean, it broke down underneath. It broke over 5, broke down a little bit under 5, but it looks like this might want to bounce somewhat. 518. 518 is the high. I mean, if it takes that out, I mean, look at all the room it's got. we've seen actually most of the ones in the 10-day daily breakdown. Well, maybe not the IOVA. Yeah, they IOVA bounced a bit, but it's not nothing like the SWTX, which bounced huge, MRTX, which bounced big way also, and then the TIL. I mean, this looks like it wants to bounce. I mean, it's already bounced obviously from the 460 level, but does it want to bounce more? And I didn't even realize it was in Zach's bounce scan also at 485. If you're in it now, great. I mean, from that 485 area, but I probably wait for a break of 518, just that little high, two 15-minute candles ago. You're giving up, yeah, you'd be giving up 8 cents, 9 cents, but the room is huge if it wants to keep moving. So that's what I'd be doing. How is XRT doing? XRT as the retail sector, a little bit of a fade here, but I mean, after the horribleness of Target, Costco, and Walmart, the retail sector has rebounded somewhat. It's been a mixed bag. We did see the Gap and AEO and Big drop, but then we had things like Nordstrom's and Macy's moving higher. So bit of a mixed bag since the Target and Walmart releases. All right, things have settled down a bit. I'm not getting too many new alerts. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, here you go. Come on. So if you want to trade from within, the question is in our YouTube room, if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas using this Brokers Plus window, you have to have either an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? That's if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas. But look, I'll be completely honest. If you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, give me a moment here. If you don't have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, but you're really happy with your broker, like I wouldn't change just so you can use Brokerage Plus. I mean, I know it's somewhat heretical, but Brokerage Plus is a nice feature and all. I don't use it. I mean, I just trade from within IB. Okay, it's a nice feature. Yeah, I would probably use it if I weren't demonstrating its use as a simulator. But I wouldn't necessarily, if you're happy with your broker, change to IB or E-Trade just so you can use Brokerage Plus. I mean, we link with a lot of brokers. Linking meaning we can establish a link so that when you click on the symbol, it'll load into your broker's platform, and then you just trade from within your broker's platform. Okay. And that's what I do. When I click on a symbol, it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform, and then I just trade from within there. Okay. Well, it's not a great call yet. The TIL is still not. I mean, it still looks interesting, but it's got to take that high out for me. It's got to take out that 518. Now, I traded ADVL, IJA. I'm out of it now, but I did trade it. Took it on just the break over $2. Okay, Art, so does that make sense? No, I mean, if you don't have a broker right now and you're going to practice trading and you don't have a broker right now, sure, go ahead, get an IB account or an E-Trade account. If you know, but I wouldn't change my broker if you're happy with your broker just so you can use this. Oh, I see, I see. No, well, of course, I was looking for the bounce. I was just sort of looking at the bounce like the rest of them have bounced, except for the IOVA. I mean, the IOVA bounced a little bit, but I mean, these two, of course, tremendous bounces, the SWTX and the MRTX. So I'm just thinking, I mean, even you could even argue that TIL has had a bounce off that 460. And it's, you're right, and it is a Zach bounce play too. Yes, right there, 485, and the Rely. All right, so the CNC, wow, the CNCE guys is, I waited on a potential short. That's why I wait. I mean, it's as simple as that. Use our price alerts. See how I've got that blue line? If you don't know how to use our price alerts, let me just quickly show you. If you click on new and then price alerts window, what will happen is this window will pop up. I got to find it. There you are. There's my price alerts window. Okay. This will pop up. It'll be blank, of course, if you've never used it before. And so notice what I did. I put a price alert down here, CNCE. Okay. Never triggered. And so I don't have to stare at the chart. All I have to do is just put the price alert. And I'll show you how you can do that. Let me get rid of the ones that are just triggered. So what I do is I minimize, there's the till guys. I minimize the window. If this had been minimized, what would have happened? You would have seen it pop up on my screen. Okay, but I minimize the window because you don't have to be staring at it all day long. I just set a price alert, then I forget about it. Minimize the window. When I get an alert, it pops up on my screen. So for instance, for the CNCE, notice I have that blue line right there. I was waiting to see if it took that out. Notice it's a blue line. If it had actually gone down to that price, that blue line would have turned green. So I don't have to follow it anymore. I just have to put that price alert in, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But again, I did not try to anticipate that it was going to happen. Okay, in other words, I didn't take the trade. I didn't take the trade thinking, you know what? I think it's probably going to take out that 580. Why not do it now? It's not the way I trade. Saves me. I used to do that. Oh well, I'm sure it's going to do it, so why not take it early? Meanwhile, SIGA rippage. And yes, real, I do see that. Whoa, I'm not in it anymore, but look at this AVDL. Right back up. Now look at the room. I mean, again, look left, look left, look left. So if I don't see anything on the daily chart looking left, in other words, if all of this on the daily chart were underneath the price. Now, so instead of my trying to, really do something like this, try to figure out where the next high might be, I check the weekly. And that's the next step to see where the next high is for me. If everything on the weekly was underneath this current price, then I look at the monthly. But I didn't have to, of course, with AVDL. I mean, I just look left and there it is. There's your next high looking left. These are the ones that, I love. And this is how easy it is to put a price alert. So the CNCE, let's just say I wanted to put a price alert at 650. So I just go to the chart, pick a chart, any chart, and I just move my cursor, see the dot, hopefully you'll see a dotted line, and I just pick where I want to put the price alert. It says price alert at 650. I can change it, of course, manual if I want. If I want to put some notes in, I typically don't put any notes in. And then I just save it. That's it, done. Now there's a blue line in my chart. And let's see if I can get one to happen. I'm going to put one at 637 underneath. I just want to show you how it pops up on the screen. Okay, see how that popped up on my screen? It hit 637. And so it popped up on my screen. Can't miss it. I sort on the triggered time column so that I'll see it. It'll be right at the top. I also put a sound alert on it. Just using the actions and the play sound and set up the sound, same as in an alert window. I do that because I've got a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer. So I can, if I hear it, I know what sound alert this one is, and I can come racing back in to see what's happening. Okay. So use this. I mean, if you're not using the price alerts, I don't think you're using the program to its fullest advantage. You might get something that looks interesting to you, but it's not ready yet. Set the price alert. If it triggers later on, great. If it doesn't, you just can kind of forget about it though. What a fast morning, 11:20 already. Questions? Now, again, if you took the test drive, this is the end of the test drive. And, I know it's probably overwhelming. But, try to manage the expectations. You're not going to be an expert using trade ideas in 10 days. And also, trade ideas doesn't, you still have to put in the work to understand candlestick patterns and chart patterns and all of that. We're an idea generator. And, just look at all the ideas that I get doesn't mean I hop in every trade. Okay, guys. Meanwhile, Fetch, FTCH just made a new high. This was a really active one right off the bat, kind of based a bit, and now it's making a new high. FTCH making a new high. And again, when you look left, what do you see? Just have a daily chart up, and I see 929. So it's right at that high. The day before that was 914. And before that, 893. So really the next high looking left is 929 and then 932. You can kind of see if it can get through that 928 and 932, then it has a shot to get to the 10 level before it hits that next high. That's all I do. I look left, I look left, I look left. Yeah, I wish I still had a piece of that AVDL, but I don't. This little, I mean, this moved down to two. There's no way. I mean, this moved down to 218. So green is green. That's right. Oh man, the market. I mean, that was a 2 bar pullback, really. You know, that at one point that green that 15-minute candle previous to the current one was red, but the buyers who took over and said no way, and now buyers are still in control. Yeah, no chart resistance. Yeah, no chart resistance to stop it. That's right. That in the past that has been a guru pump, hasn't it, Zach? Well, I'm in the Rely. I just want to see if it has any sort of legs. I mean, the next high looking left is 1148. So just looking to see if it has any legs at all. If it gets back to 11, 14, 13, that's where I'm in at. I'll dump it. Well, that one has actually stumped me real. All I can think of is a jail cell and pulling back 2 bars. Is it really? Never heard of it. Never heard of that one. Hey, 11:26, guys. So in about half an hour, I will be taking my break, and we get a 3-day weekend. So again, for those of you outside of North, well, even in Canada, maybe you're not aware, but Monday is a Memorial Day in the States, so it's a market holiday. But if you're outside of North America, the markets are closed. We always like to do a little over/under, little game we play within Trade Ideas. How many emails are we going to get Monday morning saying, "Hey, what's wrong with your program? I'm not getting any data." Now, if I want to get out of a trade here in the simulator, all I have to do is just highlight the trade, highlight the symbol, and flatten it. Okay, and that's how I get out. Yeah, I believe so, Tom. I don't think you have access over the weekend. I believe so. So market close. Yeah, I think it said to the 27th. So yes, it ends today at market close. Yes. So again, guys, if you're part of this test drive and you've maybe you've created your own scans. Maybe you've taken some of mine. Maybe you've taken some from the toolbar, from our channel bar. Make sure you save everything to the cloud. Individual scans that you may have created or saved or taken from me, or again, the channel bar. If you created a layout, save it to the cloud. Why? Even if you don't take out a subscription right now, you're not ready, and that's fine. You can keep coming into the room. But if you do decide you want to take out a subscription later on, a week later, a month later, 10 years later, as long as you use the same email that you used to sign up for the test drive, all that you did during the test drive will be there for you. As long as you save it to the cloud, okay? So make sure you save everything to the cloud, even if you're not planning to take out a subscription right away or ever. I mean, you don't have to take out a subscription, but get that a lot though. Man, I took the test drive, 6 months ago, and I'm, created some layouts, created some scans. Where are they? Can I get them? Just save them to the cloud. Now, the other huge reason, of course, for saving anything to the cloud is that you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So obviously I'm working on a desktop computer, but I've got a laptop, I've got a couple of tablets. So I can have trade ideas on all those devices. I can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But all I have to do, if I went out and bought a new laptop, all I have to do is download the program to the laptop, and then I just file load from cloud, and everything is there. So I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. I just load things from the cloud. Also, of course, another main reason, if I only had a desktop and that's it, but something happened to it and I had to get a new one for whatever reason, maybe it just, it broke. My desktop broke. Well, a pain. I got to run out and buy a new computer, but as long as I saved everything to the cloud, everything is there for me. Okay? So save everything to the cloud. Don't want to hear any excuses Monday morning. Barry, I don't have my layout. Where is it? Did you save it to the cloud? No. Okay? If you're listening to me, save everything to the cloud. All right, guys, Rely is working. R-E-L-Y, working nicely. So a couple of really excellent scans. I haven't even looked at my watch list. I bet you my watch list is producing also, but certainly the 10-day daily breakdown and taking a look at the bouncers and toppers from Zach, these two, and yes, I'm sharing those. Go to my, go to my home page and go to the scan section, and it's called bounce. You'll get both of them, okay? Yeah, I put them into a docked window. All right, guys, things have slowed down just a little bit. Actually, he doesn't have standard deviations at all well, I shouldn't say that. Um, he doesn't have it as a column nor as a filter. And I don't think he ever did. All right, well, Siga now over 12. Again, the next high looking left is 1480. So this is again, guys, this is the monkeypox. The monkeypox play. Haven't really talked about it, monkeypox, too much in the last couple of days, 3 or 4 days anyway. CCL Insider, okay, 100,000. Director Weisenberger buys 100,000. Yes, I see that right here. Right here. What price? 1176. 1176. Wow. No, he's got a lot of faith. That's a put a lot of money in then. It's a lot of money. 1176. Certainly over $1 million. So that's showing some pretty good faith. Indulge me, guys. I'm just doing a check of the noise canceling. I had to make some changes yesterday, so just let me know if you can hear the tapping on the desk. Maybe the first one you hear, but maybe no more. Just want to see how well it's working. You hear it? You hear the tapping on the desk completely? That's you, everybody, or just you, Todd? Hopefully, it's just you. So there you go. TC says no. It's weird how that works. Didn't hear it. Okay. Boy, this rely is just turning into a really nice, gentle trade. Okay, look at the move on the 5 minute chart. Look at the move on the 2 minute chart. No reason to exit yet if you took this. I mean, that's what you like to see. No, whoop, just as I said, I was gonna say no giant red candles. I jinxed it. When you say ACB, you must be meaning that it's bouncing. No. So this is now another new low. ACB, another new low, and a lifetime low. What a fiasco. I mean, I can't believe they were able to raise $150 million. That's an idea. But seriously, I mean, they raised $150 million. A bought deal, $150 million just to stay in business. This is probably, I would say, since 2018, October of 2018, when it was legalized in Canada, that, I'm sure most people thought, man, this is it. I mean, what could go wrong? Look at this. This is the ETF for cannabis, MJ. There it is. Okay, there was the spike right there. Then we had another one a little bit later. I'm sorry, this is it. This is October. This is it right there, October of 2018. That's when it was legalized in Canada, right here. So the anticipation the month before, right here. And I'm sure people thought, oh man, is this going to keep going and going? Look at this. All right, guys, I am going to just confirm that it'll be Andy in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. So I know you've posted stuff from Kerrisdale before. You're pretty impressed by them? Okay. Man, SIGA making new highs, guys. SIGA. So here we go. So EU centralized purchase of vaccine to fight monkeypox. SIGA highlighting FT article highlighting SIGA technologies. What were the other monkeypoxers? I can't even remember anymore. CMRX. Wasn't that one of them? CMRX. Oh, this is there was another one starting with T. GovX, that's right, GovX, and there was another one. Was it TNX? Yeah, thank you, Lies. TNXP. So definitely lagging. These are lagging. I mean, it's sort of a move here, but nothing. And the GovX, yes, GovX has also had other news, right? In other words, the cancer. So really, it's just SIGA. It is just SIGA. But you know how traders are. You know, they'll start to, like what we're doing in this room, sort of trying to remember. Well, what were the other ones that were running with SIGA? No, I do see that. I do see that right to that rising, even on the five. Oh, on the five, yeah, the 5 minute ADMA, yeah, the five. All right, guys, Rely is back up. Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. That was just brief. That was just a brief little blip. I haven't seen Ader for a while. That was a very active one for quite a while. Yeah, I don't see anything. Nothing's happening with Ader. ATER. Did that come from your scan? APSG? I didn't see it on your scan. And yeah, let's see. Well, the volume now is 400,000. It was probably it was probably less than that if it hit your scan. I see it now. Actually, I see it as a topping tail. Maybe that's why you're talking about it. I see it as a top on your scan now, 789. So did you see it as a bounce? And now you must be seeing it as a top. Okay, so you did not see it as a bounce. Okay, good. But you do see it as a top because that's 400,000. Okay. Oh, rely guys. Oh man, this is I mean, other than that little blip right there, which is really nothing. Boy, take a look at Vuzi. I know you've been talking about that one, Shady, for a bit. VUZI, a nice break right there. All right, it is Andy. Yes, Andy just confirmed that he will be in our YouTube room around noon. So in about 15 minutes, 15 minutes, I will be taking a break for about an hour. And and I'll put the YouTube link in just before I take my break. So you can head over there and listen to Andy for an hour. Andy's way more of a swing trader than I am. Another strong earnings play, guys. FTCH after that big pop. This was opening 15-minute candle. Went from 8 almost up to 9. Kind of based a little bit, and now it continues to move. FTCH. It's not a low float. 300 million in the float. So I was wondering if it would really have a big move, but all right. Check out some of these races. So there's the SIGA right at the top here. I can't remember if SIGA is even shortable for me. All right, how's my watch list worked? So let's take a look. So these are the original alerts. DTC 945. There was the price. That's why I like it like this. I'm only going to see the very first time it was alerted. And what did it do from there? So 549. Did it move higher at all? Not really. So that one did not move. Obviously, the SIGA did. 1124, 1260 now. PLAB, I think, had a little bit of a move here. Yeah, but it's coming back. It is coming back, PLAB, coming back. Ah, the Joby. Joby was a big one. Oh, look at this one now, guys. This could be interesting, the Joby. So we had the alert at 589. There's the time, 9:53. So it's quite a while ago, almost 2 hours ago. But look at Joby now, just over $1. over the whole number, 6. And when you look left, what do we see? 605 and then 664. Keep an eye on Joby. I mean, it's above that high, which is, back in April. And then the next high after that is 664. I'm not saying it's getting to 664, but just look what's happening. The market's strong. Joby had some news yesterday, but it did sell off. But it came actually, I didn't realize it. It did actually come back. This is vertical takeoff and landing play. Okay, so keep it. I mean, Joby is looking good. I'm taking my break now, though, so I can't get into this right now. Macy's had an upgrade this morning, 23.44. What did it do from there? Not much. GovX, okay, monkeypox, didn't do too much. AMC, now this had the initial big surge. That's not bad, 1288, got up to 1339. Of course, the AVDL, Star, 201, 250, got up to what, 265. Porch, 432. It's making its way up, but a lot of resistance. Actually, it's far enough, it could be far enough away. And then the APYX, this was active yesterday. So you can kind of see, I mean, is every single stock that's making it in my watch list going to be a winner? Of course not. But, as a watch list, I'd say this is giving you some really good ideas. And on the downside, probably not too much on the downside, because the market is just ripping today. 713 for the RDBX. Well, this one obviously would have worked great. 3488 at the beginning, and then it dropped. So these three, of course, these were early, and they as shorts, they would have worked just like my 10-day daily breakdown. So all in all, I give my watch list a big checklist today. Do you only want to follow a few stocks? That's what the watch list is created for. So I wonder if that SVRE is going to open today. It may not open today. This was planned, very, very low priced, low volume IPO, but normally they open in the morning and it's almost noon Eastern, so okay, let's see what you are talking about. So it says, 580 priced, expected IPO date the 27th, but it's not set in stone, of course. Yeah, it still says Friday, yes. 527. That is today. But I both know, but it is okay, it's out of Israel. Maybe that's the reason. But as you know, normally they open in the morning. I could have sworn when I saw it earlier this week, though, it said Thursday. And then, of course, we looked yesterday and it said Friday. Well, I would have opened today. Why not? Take advantage of the market. All right, rely, guys. Rely on it. Man, that is a nice, nice bounce play from Zach Scanner. And he said he missed it. Let's see. Boy, this fetch just keeps, I mean, it's a great move with 300 million in the float. I mean, to me, that's the amazing thing to be up 25% with that float. That is a great move. And, even though a lot of the move was in the pre-market, but, went from 815 up to 9, that's a great move percentage wise with that sort of a float. And then on the 9 break, another great percentage move. Exactly. That's exactly what I do, Real. That's exactly what I do with the Rely, and that's why, sometimes, listen, bounce plays, topping plays are difficult. I don't care how experienced a trader you are. They can be very difficult, very hard for somebody new. But how I like to explain this is that there was the first alert, 11:15. The next one was, remember, this is to bounce. So the stock is moving down, 11:11, 10.97. That was the last alert. That's not that far from the first one. So all I did was just put an alert. I stuck the alert, my price alert, between these two, 11:11, 11:15. That's all I did. And when it got back up there, so I didn't have to look at the chart anymore. When it got back up there, the price alert box popped up on my screen. I thought, you know what? I can take the trade. It's really that. So, and something like this. Now, some of the alerts you get, this could have in theory said 11:15, 11:11, 10.97, kept moving down. You might have got an alert at 10. No, that's way too far away from the original alert. So those are the ones, if you're brand new, those are the ones that I would kind of pay attention to. If you get a first alert and a second and even a third, and it's not too far away from the first alert, just set a price alert at that first alert, and then you can, maybe take the trade. See, IMTE did not show up on the scan for me. So I must have something changed. IMTE, are you talking time now? 9:54, 10:15? Obviously, you're not talking price. Time, okay. Yeah, so 9:54, so right there. Okay. Well, it would have been good. Obviously, very good. Hence the colon. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure why it wouldn't have triggered for me. Obviously, there was something going on in it that didn't trigger. But that's okay. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, okay, so this is, for instance, this one just triggered, but it's too late for me, the BGXX. The trigger was at 6:15, but it just went too quickly for me to take it right there in the bounce, 6:15. It's a great bounce. Not easy for new traders, guys. Okay, not easy. Not easy for old traders. Seriously, they're not bounce plays, topping plays. They're not easy. Tricky. They're very tricky. All right, I'm waiting for Andy. So what I'm going to do is just put my announcement in. Waiting for that little ping that I hear. That means he's entered the YouTube room. All right, guys. So there's a big pullback now for the SIGA. Let's see what it's doing at that 5-minute. So it is touching it right now. So let's see if that holds and people step in and buy it. This IGA. That's the 5 EMA in the 5-minute chart. Or does that signify the end for a while if it takes it out? There is Andy. Now, can Andy hear me? I see Andy has just entered the room.
Barry, can you hear me now, buddy?
I hear you. I can hear
All
you.
right. All right. How are you, man?
We've had a fabulous day.
Oh, nice.
On the
Yeah.
shorting some big stocks and playing bounces on them, but just a great day. Just an excellent day.
Yes.
How
Yes.
about, how about yourself?
No complaints here, man. I've been sitting in a lot of these stocks that have been beaten up, and got a nice push today. PayPal, well, a lot of them. I've been in Netflix for a while, so yeah, I'm happy.
Well, I told
Happy
the
now.
room that you are a swing trading expert, so so yeah, you've got to be happy if you've been swinging some of these beaten up ones, especially
Oh
over the
yeah,
last two
yeah.
or
They've
three
had a
days.
nice bounce. Yeah, it's a different game, but boy, you can really get paid when you get a move.
Oh
So
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, Andy, so
All
you
right,
can take
buddy.
over now.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put the YouTube link in the other room so they can head over there and listen to you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, buddy. See you in
Okay.
about an hour. All right.
You
Take care.
bet. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hey guys, how you doing? I see some familiar names out there. Welcome to the support webinar. So if somebody's in here for the first time and you're wondering what happened to Barry and why is this new guy in here, well, we do take over the stream for about an hour, and this is for you to ask any questions that you might have about the software. So uh, this is you're in the right place. Good morning. Good morning. Karahula, how are you? Probably butchering it, but that's okay. So, real quickly, one of the ones I have my eye on, I've been in since yesterday, and I bought a little bit this morning. Is watch this PATH. It's one of the ones that really hasn't really bounced yet, and beaten up stock. Uh, Last year at this time was trading above $85. Now it's down to 17, and I am probably going to be dropping this in the eye here pretty soon. Now they do have earnings next Wednesday and post market, but that won't keep me away. This is the one I think has a potential for a big move. All right, all right. I didn't butcher it. Thank you. Yeah, as a matter of fact, this is going to go in the eye. You guys are going to see my process here of how I work the eye. It's basically just a global symbol list, and I'm the one that kind of picked these. I really don't like chasing in this market that we've had, so it's why you don't see a whole lot in this morning. Uh, but a lot of the stocks I put in over the last week or so. But uh, yeah, I don't chase in this market. This for me would is not a chase. I'm currently in this stock around, I guess, actually in my accounts it's closer to 1770, but definitely watching that one. AMD, you can see the price there. I called that, what was it? NVIDIA. NVIDIA in the eye was called at, man, it was right around lower than 170. So that was a nice call in NVIDIA. Wish I'd actually bought. I saw those earnings and I'm going like, yeah, this thing's going to gap down. I wish I'd have bought it earlier. But hi, Iris. How are you? How many stocks are in the eye? Well, there's been a few. I actually like to catch them early to give and not chase. Only one that's been dropped in today is CF was dropped in at it was below 93. This is one I actually bought in my account. You can see down here at 92.72 in my personal account. And this was kind of a contrarian play, just playing the support level down here. I don't know if it's going to work, but trying to make some money. Well, yeah, there's been definitely some opportunity the last couple of days to the long side. I've been in this hood in this bottom down here for potential or at 910 in this hood. I've scalped out 75% of it still in it, but a nice little potential a little head and shoulders there. Let me get the pin going. What happened to my pin? There it is. So you got possibly look a nice little shoulder upside down head and shoulders, I should say. Almost perfectly symmetrical. So definitely one that could be in for a move. Well, it's already had a move, but uh, bigger move. Boy, market won't stop. I did put a hedge on, but I kind of wished I hadn't. But it's okay. I'm doing a lot more. Uh, bought some TZA because I thought we were going to roll over, but maybe a little early on that. But that's okay. My longs are outbeating the hedge by a wide margin, so I'm not too upset about that. Okay, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna put it right here at 18. If it triggers, I'm gonna have to put that in the eye. PayPal, it's a beauty. Yeah, I did scalp out PayPal around 84 and about half of my position. Actually, in my other account, probably closer to 40%. Oh, good. You did buy Nvidia. Nice. Very nice trade. I'm not well, I guess it depends on when you bought it, but uh if you bought it yesterday morning, that was a great trade. Yeah, I Shop's been frustrating me a little bit. That's another one. This is one I was in, uh, and I think I ended up flatting it or something like that. I was in back over here and turned around reverse. But I tell you, if it gets a back above this 20 period moving average, I'll put alert right there. See if it can get back above that. Spotify, I'm in from 106 and thought this would have a little bit bigger of a move, but not so much. This little VDOO. This Jamie pointing this one out to me. It's an IPO that I'm in. Yesterday, bought it 152 when it broke right here, and boy, just been kind of vacillating back and forth, but I'm still in that one. Just I had a huge volume yesterday coming in. You can see the green bar, and a lot of times that could signify a possible reversal. Just didn't get it yesterday, and we're not getting it yet today. But little pissant stock, I call them, that I'll take a shot on. If it does work, you could double. It could double in price, but just kind of keep it up. And this is what I do. I will set an alert down here, and if that alert goes off, I will pull it up and evaluate the situation, and most likely sell it. But I will take a look at it. I don't like just putting stops in. Yeah, auto trading. There could be a lot of things for the auto trading. We have some great videos. Just whatever's. Oh, I heard a little beep. I'm not sure what that was. Oh, it's probably somebody taking out a graphic that I don't know how to take out. But send that to info@trade-ideas.com. And because it's really, and we'll send you some videos, and you can tell us what the problem is. We'll have you possibly send in your files to us. Real easy to do. And we can take a look in our back office, take a look at all your support files so we can kind of dissect the issue and see what's going on. But if you want to send it there, okay. Yeah, later on, you're gonna have to tell me how to fix that image. I'm not sure what I need to do. Steve, talking to Steve now. Sorry, but yes, if you're having problem with the auto trader, send that to email there, and we'll dive into it and see what the issue is. More than likely, it's just a setting that you haven't done. In many cases, it's maybe you haven't signed it to the correct account. I don't know if you're trying to trade simulation or you're actually trying to go live. RKDA is looking tempting here, but no real volume coming in. So look at my screen, Steve. Isn't this weird? Every now and then I pull up a stock and I will get, and I told the guys about it and they're not knowing what's going on, but look at that relative volume there and then the relative volume here. It's strange to have two of them, and it's strange to have them the relative volume difference. So I got to talk to the guys about that. Let me check something out real quick. I want to make sure that's docked windows, docked channel bar. See if that. Okay, yeah, the I is in there. That's weird. Uh, hmm. Yeah, absolutely, Art. Absolutely. Let me show you how to do that. All you got to do it is, and you can actually filter which exchanges you want to uh, see. So, what you do that is you would just go and you probably need to watch a very basic video that we had. You should have gotten it, when you first signed up. That kind of shows you how to build an alert window. But all you have to do is filter for price. Just type in price and add filter, and then just put, in your case, you want to put 10 minimum and 100 maximum, and then you want an average of 1 million volume traded daily. We do have several volume averages, so just type in volume average, and you can select a 5-day, 10-day, or a 3-month. So let's say you want a 3-month, just click on that, add filter, and then in your case, you want 1 million. So you do have to make all the zeros: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, uh, 1. Yeah. So you can always click on the show me button to make sure you got those numbers right. No, actually, that is 10 million. So I need to take off 1. So there you go. So it's simple as that. And then, of course, you want to build out your other parameters, what you're looking for, what you're looking for as far as a strategy goes. But pretty simple. We have some, go to our YouTube channel, type in getting started. Uh, or if you want us to send you some, just send that email that I just dropped right above you there. Just send an email and asking for the, getting started video series, and we'll send those to you. But yeah, we go over, how to build a an alert window, a top list, anything you want, and how to use the filters. There's that RKDA, Steve. I know you're in that. And I'm just not seeing, I want to just late in the day and just not seeing any volume. So, as a matter of fact, I'm not even seeing the tick. What the heck is that? It's like a horizontal line. What is that on my screen? Nope, it's on the chart. I have no idea what that is. Yes, yeah, it's a slow volume. Uh, I have a tendency to want to look, especially on a Friday. If I'm going to buy something, I'm going to look for volume. Now, here's what you want to do on this CF that I bought earlier. I'd like to see this 10-period moving average is now curling around, and hopefully that will catch any price action and drive it higher. And path, I bet you, is going to end up being a doji for a potential go pause go day on Monday. Okay, can I create Art? Can I create a scanner for stocks that are creating a daily outside bar yesterday, and is creating an inside bar today, so I can play the break of the inside? Uh, I know we're working on something like that for in our Market Explorer. I don't know, Art. Maybe you're not uh, a subscriber at this point. I know we have this thing called Market Explorer, and I think Michael's going to be working on something like that, where you have inside bar. Uh, We can't do that right now with the software. Okay, we cannot compare intraday or daily bars to each other as far as high lows go and inside bars. Um, you know, you can there's kind of little workarounds that you can do. I'd have to think about that one as far as building it, and it mostly probably be the closes. But yeah, I think Michael, like I said, that something like that. I know he's working on for Market Explorer. So I'm going to be honest with you and say that we don't have it yet, what you're looking for, but hopefully in the very near future we will in this Market Explorer. Let me click just to make sure there's nothing in there. Okay, you see these. You got. Are you looking for dailies? Yeah, you're looking for dailies, aren't you? Yesterday, yeah, dailies. Okay, so I see we have a 30-minute, 15, and 2-minute inside bar. So hopefully he's working on that. Uh, so we do have the technology to do it on an intraday. So I'm sure it's just a matter of time before we have the daily. Let me ask Michael real quick. Yeah. All right, I asked him. I don't know if he's around, but hopefully he'll get back to me. Let me copy and put this in there and see uh, what Michael says. Now he's writing, so hopefully we'll. Okay. I am going to. Okay, he said yes. I think he's trying to find somebody to kind of build that technology into the me. So can't give you an ETA other than it's coming. Have me do webinars and stuff. So I'll make sure. Okay. Yeah, it looks like to me, yeah, it's coming. Art, like I said, I'm sorry, I just can't give you an ETA. Yeah, I guess he's trying to find, and it shouldn't be difficult to find somebody to kind of code it, into our system. So a lot of this stuff we contract out. So uh, like I said, I wish I could give you an ETA, but he says once it's in there, he said it'd be super easy for him to do, and his plans are to do it. He said he wants to have a whole suite of strats like that. So uh, it's coming. Just sorry, no ETA. That's what I want CF to do right there, just like that. Let me show you guys a little. Keep an eye out for things like this. It makes me so mad. Okay, so this CTVA, uh, very nice bullish chart. Had earnings. You can see the yellow line here where it had earnings, right? I think it was the morning. No, it's post market on the 4th. So that would have been the 4th right there. It came out, kind of the next day, kind of slopped around. And what happened is JP Morgan, I mean, and I looked at these earnings. I will look at, a lot of earnings, especially if I'm in the stock. And uh, it was a incredible earnings report. And I've seen this so many times, okay, over and over again. So what happens is JP Morgan comes out with a downgrade. I mean, you see this report, it just blows my mind. Comes out with a downgrade, and this is what happens. Okay, you get selling people listening to the analyst, and they sell this thing for like 3 days. And meanwhile, more than likely, JP Morgan's getting their best clients in them in the stock on these pullbacks, and all their cronies as well. Uh, and look what happens after that. 3 days of selling, and I'm gonna build a strat, a downgrade strat, on strong charts, to after 3 days, start looking at this thing turns around and goes basically to all-time highs. And just shenanigans, I mean, that's why you have to listen to these, especially if you're a short-term trader, these analysts, because they can affect the mood, the price of the stock for several days. But I can swear to you, majority of those calls they have ulterior motives. Good afternoon, Brandon. Could you send me 2-day trading strategies to play with? I'm not. Yeah, oh, are you saying 2-day trade? Okay, I didn't know if you were 2-day. Yeah. Well, you have probably as far as day trading strategies, the two my favorite are this Extreme Volume High Low Pro. Uh, Looking for stocks that are either breaking up or breaking down. This LTH was one from this morning. Several stocks in this, and this Extreme Master Blaster is kind of the same concept, but I have it broken down into different strategies. So if you look at it, you can get extreme volume $2 to $10, extreme volume over $10, extreme volume low float stocks, 52-week high and all-time high. So this is a very popular one. And really, if you have this one up, you're really not going to miss any calls from the extreme volume. You'll see it in here. I just like this one because I have a volume filter on there, and I'm just looking for kind of to filter out a lot of the noise. But yeah, I can share these with you. I'll drop them in the extreme volume high low pro. There's the Extreme Volume High-Low Pro. And here is the Master Blaster, two really good day trading alerts. Now, the thing about momentum alerts is you can't, obviously you just can't buy everything that comes through there. It's why it's very, very hard. I've never met anyone, and trust me, I've tried so hard to create a strategy that you can back test, and it's just when it comes to momentum, it's really difficult. You have to learn to, read the charts, and decide, which ones are, to trade. And I like looking at the daily charts. For example, look at this. This is a great example. Let me drop Master Blaster in there. There you go. So this is the kind of stuff I look for. Look at this breakout here, and let me just draw a little orange line for you. Nice little breakout there on huge volume. Okay, that's the kind of stuff that when I'm trading momentum, I'm looking for. Okay, a breakout looks like it's lifetime, it's all-time highs. It doesn't have to be all-time highs, but at least like it break on a monthly chart, maybe breaking out of a 3-month, a 6-month range or something like that. I will. Yeah, I don't like, you know, if there's news or something, maybe something. I day traded for 17 years, so now I mostly focus on swing trading. Uh, but yeah, most of the action, is going to be happening in, maybe say, the first 3 hours of the day. Now, if something has news in the afternoon, a lot of times you can catch things popping through here that's on news. Um, but most of the action, takes place in the first, I'd say, first 3 hours of the day. I used to do tons and tons and tons of back testing. Now, since I've kind of taken over this this feature now that we have, which, by the way, guys, if you haven't been watching this, there's been some great calls in that thing, and I'll show you some of them here in a minute. Uh, but because I do now, I'm doing a lot more homework than I used to. So when I do my homework, uh, I and let me say this too. I don't do any day trading. I did that for a while, back testing. Now it's mostly all swing trading. Swing trading, you get it to perform a lot better. This one right here in the bull market was very, very, very good back test. I would back test this regularly. Let me show you this concept. You're looking for a stock that has sold off in like a 5-day period. And then when it takes out, sold off, and it takes out the prior day's high, is when you get your alert. Okay. There's a great example. Check out the TRP. There you go. Okay. A stock, it has to be above its 50-day moving average. Okay. That's a sign. Hey, perfect circle. How you doing, buddy? Uh, has to be above its 50-day moving average. Okay. So we're looking for stocks that are at least, strong on a daily chart, at least probably over the last 3 months. Um, and then it has to be pulling back in the 5-day time frame. And there's a great example this morning. Once we took out that high, you get an alert. Now, I will say this: for the most part of this year, this one hasn't been working very well because we've had, mostly until the last couple of days, it's been a very bearish tape. So you have to know, and I tell people this all the time. What's more important than having a really good back testing strategy is knowing when to implement it. Okay. So, for example, the one I'm just describing here, this is a long swing trading strategy. Well, if we're in a bear tape and there's lots of selling going on, I probably don't want to implement it now. Getting a couple of good days here in the market. that this is something that if we do kind of or have found a bottom, I don't know that we have. I have my doubts, but it's possible. I will pull this out and I'll start paying a lot more attention to it because it is a bullish strategy. That's the problem with a lot of why a lot of good strategies can't back test well over time because if it's a bull strategy and you got a bear tape going on, there it's gonna stink. All right, so just leave that off switch and the off on switch, leave it on off, and then when things start looking better and the tapes performing more to your liking or to more of a bullish scenario, then hey, hit that on switch and start maybe taking a look at that strategy. And even you can even auto trade these things if you want to, but uh, only two today, just because the market that we have. But TRP, that's an interesting looking chart there. But I haven't been back testing as much as uh, I've done in the past, just because I'm using a lot of just my old experience of checking out these charts. Yeah, I sure can. Uh, there we go. That's it right there. Call it a pullback swing. I mean, one thing about these is they're going to be kind of at least bullish over the last 50 days because they're above their 50-day moving average. So uh, there you go. Okay, market is getting a little bit tired now. Spiders are trying to break this 10-period moving average. We'll see if they can hang on. And this is what I like to see. Market pulling back, but CF doesn't care. For now. That could change. All right, let me check my positions here. Not too worried about that one. That one I just bought, doing okay. This one I've been in for like 5 days, and nice little. This one I had to be real patient on. I did sell half this morning at around this level this morning, right around here. Uh, but nice looking chart there. Nice cupping pattern riding that 10-period moving average. Okay, I'm sorry, perfect circle. Let me see. One thing with scanning that I learned quickly was that if you cannot define what it is you're looking for or wanting to trade, you will never settle into a strat. That's true. Yep. That's no, that's true. You have to have confidence, in your strategy, and once again, you have to know, when to implement that strategy. And once again, a lot of people won't even buy charts like, like I'll buy like this Netflix I bought at 184. When I see them basing, and you know what, I bought it back over here too, at 190, and it failed me, and I got out. I took a small loss, but I know if I hit it right, see, I'm already up 20 points in this thing, and I could. That's the whole key about bottom fishing some of this stuff. This path, I was already wrong on this path. I tried it a little bit earlier, got out really quick on this bar, but I know if I hit this thing, I could easily get a 20, 25, 30%, maybe 50% move. Hood's a great example. Hood up almost 10% today. But yeah, very wise words there. Perfect circle. Uh, no, not really. Brandon. Yeah, we have to be careful. The only thing we have is probably the AI that makes suggestions on, keep in mind they're just ideas. Okay, we're not telling you, to buy here, sell here. Uh, we'll give you, and the same thing as your alerts will do. When you see alerts and you build a strategy, a good strategy, and you see an alert, once again, it's just an idea. There's too many variables that go into trading, that for me, you cannot just look at an alert and say, okay, I'm buying here. You got to know what the market's doing. You got to know what its peers are doing. You got to know, if it's technically sound, if the volume's there. Uh, it's kind of like that RKDA, and it may go, but I'm not seeing any volume. I like in the setup there for potential, good move. Uh, this, you know, you can see this thing. It only has 21 million in the float. It can really get going when it gets going, but for me, I cannot buy it just on the chart alone because I know it's a Friday afternoon. I know there's no volume in this thing right now. I just don't want to get suckered in and fall drop off, 5, 7, 8 cents on me. But I think probably, the eye, it's been performing really well. Let's just take a look at at the eye, and I really wish one thing we when your symbol list changes, like this is a global symbol list and it changes every day. So unfortunately, I cannot build an alert and back test this because you can only back test the current symbols that are in the scan. So it makes it tough, and really want to figure out a way to do that. So for right now, all we got to do is pull up the old fashioned spreadsheet, and take a look at and actually got up see. And this was my the list for today. And I have to add a symbol in there because this is the one I called. You can see it was on my list yesterday, and this just happened to be something where I uh, just happened to pull it up because I knew it was weak, but as I know this is one I kind of would want to be in. And like I said, I like this lower end of the uh, kind of support area where it's been bouncing for basically what 3 or 4 months. But Nvidia, okay, Nvidia was called yesterday at um, I called it. It was below 170. It was, yeah, 169 and some change. MGY back on 525. Take a look at it. Look at this thing. It was called at basically 25.75 or something like that. Already three, almost, $2.50 higher. GLNG was an earnings play. That it's holding on, but they kind of screwed it, and I actually got stopped out of this one this morning. But uh, SFL, I bet this one's not doing very well. I saw those selling off today. Yeah, it's hanging up. This was called right here around 11:15, 11:16. So you did have a little move up here to not much of one, 35, 40 cents, but still intact. GDYN. Okay, you can see this one on 523, guys. This is one I told you I've been in for like, 5 days. GDYN 523 would have been right here. Okay. So 16, let's say 1660, 1670, something like that. Okay. So nice little breakout there. CVBF. Look at that one. That was called on this day, probably around 520. I'm sorry, 2420. Nice little move there. So CEIX. And remember, guys, this hasn't been the easiest market. CEIX, it's gone a little bit. It's kind of slopping around, but it was still called back on 523. So yeah, right there. So not the movement you'd think you'd get out of that. Zim was on 520. This had a decent move, but pulled back here for some reason. But 520 right here. So you got to move from 64 all the way to 6 point move in that one, ZM today. So RIVN and spot on 519. Now these would have been tough. These would have been really tough. I stayed in spot uh 519. So right around here, 4 points lower. RIVN. I'm really upset about this one. I got stopped out of this one and didn't get back in. But 519, so around 28, so about 2 points lower. So anyway, there's been some decent calls in this thing. No, these like I said, these are swing trade ideas. Okay, so I don't we don't give like targets or stops. Anyway, it would be very tough to do because for some people, a swing trade like myself is on average, I keep it from 3 to 5 days. Some people may be looking at these things that hold for 3 to 5 weeks, some maybe 3 to 5 months. So because of that, people would have different risk parameters. They would some stops would be different. Some people may go in with really small size and want to and give themselves maybe a 3 to 5% stop and looking for a 10-15% move. Some people may want to keep it tight. So all that's subjective when it comes to risk management. So I just basically want to throw these ideas out. So I don't want to call it the only active trade. It is the only call for today, only because the market kind of gapped up and shot up real quick. This is not a market I like. I don't like chasing in this current environment because you get a lot of whipsaw action. There it is. And once again, probably the only thing that I'm looking at that may go in, something that may go in today, because I'm not gonna chase. I don't chase. I wish I would have thrown PayPal in there this morning though. That was a nice looking setup for me. Uh, would be this path. I think it still has potential. Only thing, it has earnings on, like I said, on Wednesday, but it won't keep me away. I think you can probably get a good, move up to $20 easily by Wednesday. Got the 10 period trying to cross over the 20. So you had a bounce off lows and you've been moving sideways for pretty much, yeah, a couple of weeks here. So I think that one has potential. Uh Andy, what about next? Okay, yeah, I remember that was a hot mover for a while. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. That doesn't look bad at all. Once again, I would prefer this happen earlier in the day, but yeah, that doesn't look bad at all. I'll put an alert in there in case it does go through highs, and I'll evaluate it, see if there's any volume. Looks like volume's coming in right now. Yeah, Dave, that's not bad at all. Yeah, we don't have any like filters where you can basically set your own price range and everything like that for Holly volume. spreads. You can't do anything for Holly right now. Only thing you can do is we do have strategies that you can choose. You can choose which one you want to watch. If you only want to watch a certain one, first of all, they have to have made the cut for today, and these are all the strategies that have made the cut. And but you can choose which strategies. That's the only filtering mechanisms that we really have right now. That's coming in the future. You're going to be able to more do more stuff with it, and as far as customizing it. And the plans are eventually being you've been able to kind of put a stock in there, and it'll break down and kind of give you an idea of where a potential entry may be, where a target and stop loss and things like that. Like see this be do something. I know I bought that Siga yesterday. Drives me crazy. I bought it at right here. I thought it was going to have another run right here, and poked through, pulled back. Yeah, I got out, and I wished I hadn't. I just don't have a lot of time to sit around and watch these things. All right, guys, about 10 more minutes. If you have any questions, be sure to get them in. Well, a lot of people, Brandon, I do a lot of that. Of course, I don't consider it high risk only because now you could, overnight news or something like that can hurt you in any stock. But a lot of people would call buying some charts like this high risk. When I bought Netflix at 184, it's in a downtrend. Okay, it was just right at its moving average. Okay, so if that failed, yeah, that could roll over and go back to lows, drop 14 bucks on me really quick. But I'm usually, since I'm here all the time, I can keep an eye on them. I put price lock, targets in, not price targets, but price alerts in them. So I get out pretty quick when I'm not right. Uh, but the reward to the upside is huge. Now that doesn't mean you just catch ugly looking falling knives, charts. It's you kind of, I like to look for some sort of type of basing strategy, kind of like this is basing, kind of like I showed you that path. And I could be wrong here, but this is something that's been basing, except for that one drawdown day there where the market was falling out of bed. It popped right back up into his range. So for me, I think these are incredibly high rewards potentially, but they could be a high risk. Well, here's a great example. If you were in Snap the other day, if you were in Snap the other day, and even though this is one that I probably wouldn't be in because it's at the lower end of the range and below its moving averages there, but that's where your high risk comes in. You get uh, a big gap down like that. Fighting back though, but okay, Jim, I am on the test drive. I like it a lot, but we'll be gone for the most of June. Can I get all the discount for July and start monthly dividend. Send an email in. Yeah, I don't think that'll be a problem. I can't guarantee you, but you can need to talk to our account managers. But uh, send to trade-ideas.com and uh, that email and ask the question that you just dropped in the chat there. And I don't think that would be an issue if you want to basically open an account and then freeze it for a month. Do you allow for scaling into your position? Yeah, that's a great. I do. I do. As a matter of fact, this is exactly what I'm doing in CF. Okay, I bought half size in a CF. I mean, I'm I'm buying in a downtrend. Now I did wait for a potential. A lot of times I will kind of cheat, and what I mean by that, I don't wait for a bar reversal. I just kind of feel the area. Went to about a 3-week low, and it's even though it's below its moving averages, it's still a bullish chart there, in the long. Uh, Now, if the market had been getting killed today and getting smacked, and I wouldn't have taken this trade, but the market was very strong, uh, and but at the same time, it's a dangerous entry, okay, because it's in a downtrend today, it's in a downtrend over the last 3 days, but in a case like this, I'll only buy a half, sometimes only a third of a position, you know, because I know, if I'm wrong, first of all, it's not going to hurt as much because it's only half a position. If I'm right, I got a great entry. I'm not going to have any problem adding to this thing if it gets back above this area right here around 101. I can add to it. So yeah, scaling in is very important. Uh, uh, when you're and that's kind of what I'm doing with Spotify and Netflix. Okay, these are both half positions. Uh, Now, a lot of times, what I'll do if I anticipate a move, I will buy a pretty big position and scalp out half of it really quick. Just kind of lock in those profits. See if I can find an example of one of Hood. I did, but Hood was kind of like a different strategy. I mean, uh, I was buying kind of the low end of a range at what I figured to be support because I mentioned because of this bottom, this shoulder right over here. Okay, upside down head and shoulder potential. There is your other shoulder. So I did take a decent sized position here. Now I did scalp out some this morning at around 980. Took half off, locked in, banged in some good profits. Now I still have half, and so I do like to scale in, but when I anticipate a move, sometimes I will, I'll load up. This is kind of what if I'm thinking about doing with Path if I get my move, which is getting really close. Gosh, I hate to call one this late in the day.
Do it, Andy. Do it.
Okay, I am. I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
I am.
What is that? Path?
Path.
PATH?
Yeah. I just kind of I like the way this is kind of setting up here. Now probably won't get the move today, but I think it could possibly be like a little go, pause, go. You had a move yesterday, and then reason I say Barry, a lot of these ones have bounced already. This is one that really hasn't, and
Yeah.
yeah, I've seen a lot of them, follow through. I could
Yeah,
play it
isn't
safe. Yeah.
it's just got that 18, 19 to get through and all, but yeah, you see,
Exactly.
you guys are very, very different. Not just in the idea of, okay, you guys are mainly swing traders and I'm a day trader,
hmm
but you see, when I look at something like this, I can't take it because when I look left, I just see all these little
Yep.
pockets of resistance. You
Yep.
guys, you guys see it very, very differently from me.
Yep.
You know, I just keep looking left. I say, well, there's a high that's not that far away, and even if it broke that one, then there's another high not that far away. I'd be looking like way up here at 23. I mean, that's way
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
You know what I
exactly.
mean?
Oh
But
yeah, of
that's
course. And yeah, it's a different. Uh, I've made a living off, kind of buying this kind of stuff, but
yeah. Well, yeah.
uh,
Listen, and that's classic, Andy, what you just said, because I never, people say, well, what time frame do you use? I say, well, I'm not nothing less than a 5 minute or a 15 or something like that. Well, I use it too. And I say, great, if it works for you, keep doing it. Like like I'm not going to ever tell anybody that they should do exactly what I do. And all I can do is show them what I see. But if somebody's got a methodology that works, keep doing
yep,
it. I would never
yeah.
say, well, you shouldn't do that because of this.
Exactly, exactly, and, and don't get me wrong, this is not all I played, this GDY was a very, nice looking, setup there
Yes.
alongside, that MGY that I called the other day, and, was a very nice looking setup right here, and so I do play strong charts too. It's just I know it's like this Netflix. If you were looking at this the other day when I bought it, you're thinking the same thing. Oh, there's resistance everywhere. But now I'm up, $20 in this thing, and I think
Sure.
I have the potential to, be up 40 or 50 here. So yeah, my time frame is a little bit different than yours, but uh, you know
Well,
what?
yeah, all
Different
sorts of
strokes for
different
different
trading
folks.
styles.
That's right.
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly.
Exactly. And listen, I love Netflix. I don't care what anybody else says in the world. I love Netflix. I watch it all the time. I love it. I think people are just they didn't lose. I was not one of the subscribers they lost. How's that?
I hear you.
Oh man. All right, Andy. Well, it's
But
one
all
o'clock. Do
right.
you want to take off now, or
Yeah, yeah, man. I think I will. I think I'll go get me a
okay?
sandwich or something. All right, Barry.
Okay. Well, have a
And if
great
I
long
don't talk to
weekend.
you, you have a great weekend, buddy. Bye
You
bye.
too. Okay. Bye bye. Guys, let me get my share my screen. All right, you guys should be able to see my screen now. And let me just get my music going. And get into the other room. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. I should be back in both rooms. You guys should be able to hear me. And man, oh man, oh man. What What a great bounce for the Rely guys, RELY. There was only one little red candle here. I took some out here, okay, just in case, but I still have my position, my main position of Rely on that bounce, and that's from Zach Scan. And coming into, I mean, I thought, man, this would be the fantasy area if it get up to 1184. Look, I mean, it's almost, well, it's gone positive. I mean, it's gone positive from all the way down here, on a percentage basis, going from 10 to 11, excuse me, yeah, 10 to 12. That is just a great move. Art, the test drive ends today. And I saw all your questions. Let me get rid of my announcement here. Yeah, so there's usually a test drive. They've been about every 3 months. Okay, so what are we now? May, June, July, August. So maybe the end of August, another test drive, or end of September, another test drive. But I'm just going to hold on to Rely until it tells me not to. Have a blank screen? Do you guys all have a blank screen? I have to make sure you guys don't have a blank screen. Nope. Okay, JJ, it's got to be on your blank. Yes. Interesting. Nope for William. I need a few more people telling me yes. that they can see my screen because no, okay, you shouldn't see SWI. You should see Rely. Now, I mean, I just I just keyed in. You should see Rely on my screen. RELY. Hmm. Well, I didn't have SWI. I mean, I typed it in because Vicky said that, but I did not have SWI on. Okay, and I just typed it. Okay, how about you guys in? Okay, guys in YouTube are fine. They can see my screen. All right. Let me just do the screen sharing again. I'll stop the screen sharing and I'll start it again and see what happens. No, thank you, Perfect Circle. It's the guys in our main room. Okay, so I just started the screen sharing again. Hopefully you guys see Rely. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. So everybody can see Rely on both rooms. Okay, perfect. Don't know why that happened. So anyway, what I was saying about Rely is that, I mean, it's actually gone positive now. That's an amazing bounce. Okay, guys, I'm still kind of toying with the idea of TIL. It just may not be dynamic enough. I mean, it just kind of chomping around here. I have reset my alert for TIL for around 5:30 and see if it takes it out. I mean, obviously it would have a ton of room. Now, SIGA pulled back and now it's right back up. Wow. All time, not quite an all-time high. I mean, that'd be it right over here, guys. 1480. 1480. So what did the other ones do? CMRX, CMRX. Okay, CMRX, I mean, it's starting to move a little bit, not quite as dynamic, of course, as the SIGA. But if these other monkeypox stocks start to get rolling, how's the GOVX doing? Yeah, GOVX is not doing anything. CMRX maybe kind of the one. I mean, it has to be moving with monkeypox. And then the other one, TNDM, how's that one doing? Yeah, a little bit. A lot of resistance they got through. So obviously, SIGA is your monkeypox leader. Now, Mike's MICS. Okay, I thought maybe this was even more dramatic, but a little bit of move for MICS. It was I guess an uplisting a few days ago, 3 days ago. Right here, Vicky, 11:15. So it appeared on mine. Rely, first alert was at 10:44 and it dropped to 10:11. This is 1 minute, 1 minute later, 1 minute later after that, down to 10:97. I said I put my alert between 10:11 and 10:15. So you must have some filter that's blocking it. Really? Check the volume. You know why? I have a feeling I know why. I think on the original, he had 500,000 shares. I think on the original, and he told me a few days ago to change it to 400,000 because I can just see right there. That's probably the reason. Yeah. Well, looks like it's going to make a new high now, guys. Now, believe it or not, traders would be looking at this. I'm not in this one, flat out not in this one. But traders are going to be looking at this high right there of 1480. And if the monkeypox, headlines keep rolling, and there are shorts. Yeah, actually, there are a ton of shorts. Million shares at Interactive Brokers. I didn't think there'd be that many. Not that I want to short it right now, but I'm just intrigued by the fact that there are tons of shorts available. I mean, I can almost guarantee that traders are. No, I'm not the only one. Putting an alert at 1480 doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade at 1480. But if it starts making these new highs, it's the NVAX. I mean, if this monkeypox really becomes something, and I understand it's completely different from COVID, but if it becomes something, remember this NVAX, this stupid NVAX. I mean, I remember seeing it many, 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 many times over the years, sitting around this 450 mark, $4. It would pop. Actually, this popped up to like $50, came all the way back down, and then it became one of the COVID vaccines. Now it's given it up completely since then. But we're watching this, man, from 4 to like 300, right? So I don't want to be thinking with the SIGA, the same sort of thing. I mean, could this do it? Assuming that this monkeypox becomes, a bigger and bigger issue. I saw your comment, Nick. Yeah, I mean, we know well, I don't know enough about it, but I mean, it's not COVID. We know that. I mean, we know in terms of the transmission, et cetera, but it's all these headlines. Italian health minister says monkeypox cases have risen to 12. I mean, listen, remember when COVID first started and there were like, there are 10 cases in the United States and there are 3 cases in Canada and all that, and oh yeah, whatever. I'm not saying monkeypox is going to, turn into hundreds of thousands. I'm not saying that, but you know, it's just you sort of think like, what next? What could happen in the world next? And here we are. Okay, one moment, I'll be right back. And that's exactly, what I was really going to say? The world is we're on edge. Okay. We're absolutely on edge. I mean, remember when Ebola came out and SARS and all that? Horrible, horrible, horrible. But it didn't affect us. It didn't really come over to North America. I mean, there were cases, don't get me wrong, but it was sort of like over there, right? But I think the world is so on edge right now that anything that comes out, monkeypox or whatever other virus or something comes out, we're just so on edge. And it's like what Real said is what traders believe. And You're right, Toronto, but again, it didn't have the same, obviously it wasn't the same as COVID. I mean, it just didn't have the same world pandemic. I mean, I remember it. Yes, I do remember it. Horrible. People died. I get it, but it wasn't the same as COVID in terms of the panic situation around the world. But again, now all somebody has to say is, monkeypox. Well, what the heck is that? Doesn't matter. It looks scary. Look at this Rely. Now I can turn the tables on you, Zach. Every time you ask me, are you in? Did you get it? I know you said you didn't get Rely. All right, Till, is this your time? Well, Sega, you are now just about set to take out that high right there. SIGA, of course, we'll call it SIGA, 1480. Almost. Look what it got to. It got probably, I bet you it got to 1470. Oh, I thought it got to 1479 even. Look at that pullback. I mean, now it gets scary, guys. I mean, look how close it got. 1471. There's the high, 1480. And, briefly anyway, traders are looking at that going, I don't know if I want to take it. Or maybe I should sell some. They might not take out that high. But if it explodes through that high on volume, have no idea where it's going. Yeah, JJ, that's a good point too. I mean, social media spreads everything so quickly, and oh, look what else bounced. CGC, guys, CGC. This turned into a gap down and reverse. Too late for me now, but CGC. Come on, Till, go, 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 go. I'm in it, guys. I'm in it, at the 5:30 mark or so. So I'm in it. Let's see if it has any run. Probably a very tight stop. I mean, if it doesn't move, get that back to the 525 level, I'm out. Vicky, by the time all the time you take putting those little emojis, you could be in another trade. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Nice bounce. Yeah, nice bounce. Not on Zach scan. At least I don't think it is. Come on, Till. So you see how this works. Again, for those of you who are new, I mean, we found Till, based on scans, originally based on scans. Okay, use this like a watch list. Okay, there's Till there. There's Till here. Okay, 2 scans and probably others. The basic new lows also. So now the issue is, okay, this is a moving stock. you put a price alert, you kind of follow it a bit, and you see what it's doing, then you just put a price alert. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, you're not, but you are not glued. You have to be glued to the chart. So I still have the Rely. There's no reason for me to exit Rely yet. Okay, as it keeps basing up here. Who knows? Maybe it takes out that 11.95, the highs is already gone positive. And the till, I'm in at 530, so we'll see what happens on that one. In fact, 530 probably gets me out. If it moves back down, I'll probably get out, but see how it's respecting. There's the ADMA, bounce off that ADMA on the 5-minute chart. I mean, there was really only one area that you should have, in my opinion anyway, that you could have taken to profit, right about there. That 1150 mark, right around there, that little red candle right there, saying, okay, maybe it's going to give it up. ACB, after their $150 million financing, so it's actually trying to bounce a little bit now. Okay. So what Larry is saying, stop by. So there's the high right there, 170. I guess it's 177. So an idea is to take it at, if it breaks out through that 178. FHTX. Let's take a look. I'm not sure. Foghorn. You're not gonna be able to tell here. I can't remember. Phil. So somebody will probably know. What I'll say, yeah, Foghorn Leghorn. Well, guys, what can we say about Till? One day I'm going to stop being the humble Canadian. I'll be like those other people on Twitter, brag about trades. Look at the Till. I mean, how good is this? I've taken some off, guys, just in case, because there's the high over here. 585, I've taken a little bit off just in case. I don't think the SIGA's done. I mean, I look at the SIGA, and again, I have my alerts at way up at 1480 if it takes out that high. Uh-huh, ONCT is starting to move. Okay, now it is starting to move. Okay, there's that was an AI alert way back at 9:43. If you held this, I mean, you would have been chopping around for a long time, and then all of a sudden, look at this, ONCT starting to move. I'm not in it. I didn't like this area right there. I was worried they wouldn't take it out, but hey. And there's the volume that came in. So if you had taken this at 105, and it was sitting at that 110, there was no reason to get out of it. Okay. Boredom, of course, is not a reason to get out of a trade if you are positive. Okay. In my opinion, anyway. So what do I mean by that? I mean, if I take a trade and I'm up 2 or 3 or 4 cents, depending on the price of it, and it's just sitting there forever, I don't get out of the trade. I mean, unless your account is so small or whatever that you have to free money up for another trade. But I hang tough. No reason to get out of a trade, out of boredom, because look what can happen all of a sudden out of nowhere. Because look at this volume bar right there on the 15-minute chart. Compare it, and what time is it right now? 125. So this still has another, about a little over 4 minutes to close. That'll be maybe the second biggest volume bar of the day. That's the first one at 9:45, but that has a chance to be the second biggest volume bar of the day. So you get rewarded just by having some patience, and it's a lot easier when you're even if you're up a couple of pennies rather than sitting on something where you're even down a couple of pennies and not wanting to hang with it. My opinion, anyway. MRTX, a little bit, yeah. I mean, it already had the nice bounce. Okay, guys, I'm out of the Rely. Okay, I just thought that perhaps this area was going to be too tough, so I'm completely out of the Rely and took some out of the till in the 560 or so, and just waiting to see if it can get back up. If not, I'm out of that one. But these are, well, the till would have been a quick hitter. The Rely certainly wasn't a quick hitter, just steady. I think Dak must have left a little while ago because I think he was in the ONCT. I don't know if he held it. Boy, that SIGA, guys, I mean, it pulled back, and I think Zach may have made some money on the short side of it, but this is still looking pretty strong. I mean, the volume really has not abated. There, the 5, yeah, it hit it. You're right. Okay, there's AMC, guys, making a new high for the day. I guess with Top Gun 2 appearing in theaters over the weekend, maybe they're expecting a big box office bonanza. Wow, ONCT just made another new high briefly. Whoa, Till guys. Come on, baby. Now blue collar. Don't be nasty. Oh, I know. Of course I know. Hey, I'm no fan of these things. You know that. I wish they would all disappear, but well, this is severe rippage now for this one. Yeah, I mean they did release some news last night or yesterday. I see it 1944, so I see actually I see it 1750. I guess if I go back far, after hours anyway. ONCT. I agree, William. I just I mean until the volume subsides, and it's not. It's really not. Uh, you'd have to see. I mean, actually, right there, it sort of didn't do too much, and that's where it rested. And then the volume picked up, and look what happened. Now at this point, the volume has to keep. The volume has to keep. It has to keep moving and moving and moving. 70 million in the float. Sorry, 70 million have traded. So this will easily trade the float on a couple of two times easily, maybe more by the end of the day. In my opinion, this is one of those 5 days, if you guys know what I'm talking about. 4 or 5 days. Somebody will understand. This is not scientific, Jesse, but typically every month there may be about 4, maybe 5 days in which you can really do well in the market. Now, it's been a little bit challenging because the market's been moving down. And you just have to take, now the trick is, what are those days? The other 15 to 18 days, if there's say 20 there are 22 trading days in the month, can be kind of, grinding. But there are some days though, and maybe 4 or 5 of them that you get some great trending days. And that's really what it's all about, is finding trending plays rather than, things that are chopping up and down. That's what I have found today. I mean, we've found some great trending plays. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Art. You know, as we said, it would cost you $118 or what, $88 for the month. But you're right. If you have it for 5 days, 3 days, you don't like it, no, we're not refunding you the balance. You're absolutely right. But nothing we can do about that. You know, to me, you've got to give it enough time. But you know, that's your prerogative, of course. Yeah, it is what it is. And you know, the other thing is that you seem to be bound and determined that you've got to have the strat, okay, which is fine. I'm not. That's not an indictment or anything. So if it doesn't have the strat, then why take the program? If I mean, if that's so important to you, then why take the program then? Because you know right off the bat, it doesn't. We don't have that setup for you. I haven't gone long stocks so much in a while. I've just been concentrating on shorting, you know, because of the last couple of months, really. But boy, oh boy, it's possible. I know you were talking to Andy about it, and you know, we've got somebody who can try to work on. We've got so many things going on. And I completely agree. You know, our standard service is awesome. You know, premium, you know, you want to have access to the AI, that's great. You know, personally, I could live without the AI, but for especially new traders, I mean, to just be not have to do anything, but again, treating it like a watch list, not as a, okay, I buy it right now and I wait for the AI to tell me when to get out. No, but to have a finite number of stocks to take a look at as a brand new trader, I'm not talking about you necessarily, Art, but anybody, sure. But our standard service is awesome. And plus, you get a free trading room like this. I mean, even if you're not a subscriber, you got lots of, you're in the other room, Art. I don't know if you're aware of the fact that there is another trading room and it's way more active, a lot more, not more activity. So in case you're not aware of that, I'll just give you the link. And again, it's free. 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. There you go. So you can. It's a little more difficult to get into the room than YouTube, but I mean, you know, if you want to be, there are a lot more traders in the room, a lot more ideas thrown around, different trading styles. So you can click on the room. You can come on in right now. It just requires an email and all that. You create a password, a username. So it might take you 10 seconds to get into the room versus the YouTube room. But again, if you want to be surrounded by, you know, some really solid active traders, that's not just myself, you know, talking to you all day long. I mean, then you should come into the room. Yeah, I've never been in a paid room, Zach. So I really, you know, I really can't comment. I've never been in a paid room. So I think the beauty of this room, though, is that there are no, I mean, look, we all have egos, but This is not a competition. This is not, see, I told you so. You guys should have taken this trade, or, what are you guys doing? That's stupid. I mean, it's not like that at all. We're all trying to help each other. Yeah, Pepe, you're right. Usually they say you get what you pay for. So if it's free, how can it be good? Well, the only thing is you have to listen to me maybe 3 times a day, talk a little bit about trade ideas. I mean, that's why it's free. And of course, we'd love for people to take out a subscription. That is what keeps the room free, but I don't think I'm overbearing about it. Yeah, from time to time. From time to time, Brendan. I mean, in fact, Zach, this is where we found Zach's bouncers and toppers. Zach kindly lent or created this, gave it to us, and I don't know how many months ago. And I know a lot of people use this one. Real came up with the 10-day daily breakdown. I don't know how long ago. I've modified it. I've modified both of them, well, especially this one, a little bit to my style of trading. But yeah, I mean, if somebody has some, I mean, people will do that. Plus, I mean, of course, I'm sharing all my scans. If you go to my home page, go to the scan section. I mean, I'm sharing all my scans. That's funny. That's funny, Zach. Now, Ija, I just told you I've done more long trading in the last couple of weeks, and I just do what the market tells me. That's all. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, we have way more than 1,000 subscribers, Vicky. Absolutely. And if you're wondering why there are not more in this room, there is a reason. I don't want to divulge it, but there is a reason. Okay. But we have a manageable number, but that's not the reason. Okay. Other thing too is that there's not everybody wants to sit and well, they don't have to. Even if you're in this room, you don't have to sit here for 7 hours and listen to me. But you know, probably the majority of our customers look at Fetch, guys. I know I'm just diving around, jumping around here, but this Fetch really has surprised me. FTCH, just a beautiful, from 9 stress free. I'm not in it, but stress free up to 10. Talked about it this morning. Well, Brandon, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, number one, okay? So I don't trade in the first 15. I mean, are there exceptions? Of course. But the only exception I will make is if I get something in the 10-day daily breakdown and it's also at an all-time low. So if I get an early alert, excuse me, before that 9:45 mark, I will take it. It does, not 100%, but I will certainly be aware of it and make a decision if I want to do that. But other than that, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. And I don't trade. I don't change anything. I mean, any of these scanners, I use them all day long. It's not like I use one in the first 30 minutes and one, in the next 2 hours and one for the afternoon. I use them all day long. But obviously a momentum scanner is going to show you things that are moving right off the bat. And it's one of the ones I'm sharing. But I don't know how new a trader you are. The first 15 to 30 minutes can be really, really choppy. I used to. Good for you. Okay, you did it, Zach. on the Sega. And as I say, I used to trade right off the bat, you know, because I wanted to catch that one that was going to move and just go to the moon right off the bat. And would I catch them every now and then? Yes. But more than likely, what would happen is it would whip up and then down and then up and down, and I was getting out in and out of trades, 2 or 3 trades right off the bat, not doing well at all, and more importantly, putting myself in a terrible frame of mind for the rest of the day trading, and start and getting into the revenge trading. I'm down $500. How am I going to make it up? I better take and then do stupid things. So I just said, you know what? I'm going to sit that first 15 out. I used to sit the first hour out. I know it sounds crazy, but it's a little bit different market now. But if Dak were here, he would know what I'm talking about. But look, I mean, look at the till. I mean, I'll take. When do we get into? Well, anyway. That's 1 o'clock. That's a 1 o'clock trade. Going from 530 up to 571, little pullback now. I'll take that all day long. I'll wait for this all day long. It's had time to kind of settle down and maybe figure out, so that when it makes a move like this, it's no guarantee it's going to keep doing this, of course. But in the first 15 minutes, this could go up and down, up and down, up and down, just like that. So yeah, see, my support and resistance is probably, I don't draw lines of support and resistance. I'm just looking at the next high looking left. If I can see that on a daily chart, then I'm aware of it and I'm thinking, okay, for this one, 585, okay? That's where I thought it might stall, just because that's the high of that was the next high of that 15-minute candle. So I'm aware of that number. If you want to call that, resistance, okay. So what did it get to? It got up to 570, and there's the high right there, 585. It may struggle. It might really struggle to get through that. If it can get through that, though, man, I mean, look at this. 8 is the next area. A limb shredder. Okay. The other thing is I'm rarely in more than 2 trades at a time, so I can always monitor it the way I like, I'm always keeping an eye on the trades, and what is the market doing? Is it getting close to that level? So I'm a level that I'm thinking it could stall, things like that. So I'm not in 10 trades at a time, and that's even when I wasn't moderating a trading room. Okay, guys. Well, I have another little over an hour left for me on the mic, and both rooms shutting down at 3:30 today. Chris is taking a day off. Normally, Chris would be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, but he is taking a day off. CYN. Aha. Yeah, big halt for that one. So where could this open? So this is from Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales, this blue screen here. Nothing to do with trade ideas. We don't have this, but your broker will have something like this. So this is time and sales. This is showing the halt price. If I load it again, this would be CYN. So it's showing the halt price. The potential for it to open 192, 192. Okay, that's the potential. This can change, of course. Typically, halts are 5 minutes long. So it got halted at 145 plus 23 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 150 plus 23 seconds. I would say 90, maybe 95% of halts are 5 minutes long. If it's not a 5-minute halt, then usually it's a multiple of 5. So it'll be a 10-minute halt next if this doesn't open in 5 minutes. And it's just a volatility halt. It's like, okay, wait a minute. Let's pause this for a bit. As people catch their breath. And it's a certain amount in a certain period of time. I mean, it's volatile. It's a program that kicks in. It's not some guy sitting there going, I think I'll halt this thing now. Next, we have AEMD. What are you doing and why? But see how few alerts we have here. Basic new highs, basic new lows. See how few alerts all day long. And even in a market that's up, been very strong, very few alerts. Why? I have very tough filters in here. So the filter requirements are very, very stringent. Well, TIL's getting close again, guys. TIL is getting close again. There's that high right there, 585. Tell you, if it takes that out, CYN just opened. Boom. So you can see, so this was I should try to get some. I couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. No, it's come right back down, but well, my alerts are new highs of the day, Brandon. So I mean, it's a common question. Well, I'm seeing a new high for the day, but I mean, if I just have to use TIL as an example. So yeah, we were seeing this one and it was moving higher. Then it's basing. So put a price alert. Put a price alert right around this area. So yeah, it's already moved up, but put a price alert in this area, and then use our price alerts. And then when it triggers, you can make up your mind if you want to take it. So even though it's already moved up from 489 up to 520, I mean, look at the move since then. So here's that news. CYN collaborates with Qualcomm. Autonomous mobile robot technology, okay. But you don't have to use new highs of the day, Brandon. If you're more comfortable using, say, a new 5-minute high, so a stock that is pulled back and then it makes a new 5-minute high, you might. I mean, maybe that's more your style. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Perfect made the great comment earlier, when Andy was in the room. You have to figure, when I say when you start trading, you have to figure out some kind of a plan the way you like to trade and not jump all over the place. So, I'm like 95% a momentum trader. I like to see things near the high or the low. Will I ever take a trade on a pullback? I'm starting to see things in which make sense to me, but it's not my number one. It's not my number one strategy. And, you know, when I started trading, I didn't know, I had no idea what I would like. So the whole thing is you can experiment. You know, we have our scan our in our standard service, we have a simulator. So you can start to practice. You know, this looks kind of interesting to me. And then if you know, you start to see things that, and you start to take trades and they don't work. Well, obviously, then that methodology probably isn't the right one. I mean, there's more to it than that. I mean, trading isn't easy. Well, as I said before, as I said on the trill, sorry, not the trill, but the till. The trill's pretty good too. What happened this one? It's a buyout or something? Oh, this hasn't traded for a while, I guess. Oh, I see. Yeah. So this, I remember this one. I guess it got bought out. But for me, because you know, for the till, I mean, it's all different. I mean, there's not there's, you know, I kind of a bit of a field player when it comes to my stops. So it's not like every trade I get into, I have a 5 cent stop, a 10 cent stop, or a certain percentage. To me, that makes there's no, I don't know, science behind it, if you will. So when I got into the till, I thought, okay, I was waiting for a 520 break, and I got in right around that 530. I said, you know what? If it gets back down to that 522 mark, I'm out. And I could always get back in, you know, if it popped back up again. So I had about a 7 or 8 cent stop on it. That was this particular one. You know, realistically, I probably could have put a stop at 517. There's a low of, you know, 517, the low of all those 5 minute candles. You know, so if I had been thinking about it a little bit more, probably would have put a stop at 517. But if it had been moving down to 525, it would have been out of the trade. How you put stops, one simple way to put a stop is just the low of the previous 5 minute candle. And that's why you can practice something like that. Or maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle. Obviously, the low of the 15, depending how wide the bar is, you'd have a wider stop, so you can't take as many shares. You know, but that's why you've got to practice. You know, if you know, I didn't go over any money management at all, so maybe I'll do a little bit right now. Okay, I'm going to take this trade, the till trade. I mean, I'm just going to show you. So I'm going to take 500 shares. Spread is, that's okay. I'm going to buy 500 shares at the market, send it to the market. So yeah, see, I don't use percentages. The only thing I don't agree with it, Brendan. But I mean, listen, if I were in a lot of trades at the same time, perhaps, but because to me, it's not based on anything. But that's okay. I mean, I know people use trailing stops, etc. So I'm not going to say that's not the way to go. How I do it is, okay, the first thing I do when I get into a trade, I know where my stop is. And usually what I do is I size up on a chart, okay, where I want my stop, where I think there's a support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. What am I going to do here is I'm going to put, I just want to make the math easy. I'm going to add a stop order at 551. And I'm going to explain why I'm doing that. I got into this trade at 571. You're going to see a red line on the chart that's approximately minus 100. Okay. Now I'm not, again, this is just for demonstration purposes. So why did I put a 20-cent stop away? Again, to make the math simple. Because the next step, first of all, you know, I have a checklist. And unless I can check every box, I'm not taking the trade. To phrase it another way, you should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. You have to have some idea about why you're taking a trade, and you can't check everything. Don't take the trade. It doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? You have to, and when I say you, I'm not talking to you specifically, Brandon, just, the royal use. A lot of the things are already checked in my scans. In other words, I'm never going to see something outside of the price range I like, or a minimum volume that I like, or a relative volume that I like, okay? So a lot of the things are already checked based on my scans. So, okay, I get into a trade because I can check every box. I like the trade. Well, unfortunately, even though I like the trade, the market may say, I don't care what you like, it's not going to work. So that's what, of course, a stop is all about. Getting out where the trade is not working. So how I do it is I will size up a no less than a 5-minute chart, again, where I think there is a support area, a lot of action at a certain price. If it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. Okay, so that's now how people starting out, because support and resistance, not my idea of support may not be another person's idea, but certainly the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number. So I would probably do something like that, because it is a defined number. There's no guesswork. So the next step though is, okay, fine. Everything checks. You know where your stop is. How many shares are you going to take? So how many shares? I don't take the same number of shares every trade. It's determined by how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. So if it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? Now I keep my risk amount virtually the same every trade. In the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. Okay. And I keep it the same. So it's not like, so if I'm trading my real account, it's not like I'm risking 1,000 one trade, $50 the next, 500 the next. I try to keep it about the same every single trade. So that's why I wanted to keep the math easy. You notice that my entry was 571. I put my stop at 551, which is 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, you get 500 shares. So a little bit of quick math, you can set up an Excel spreadsheet though, pretty simply, so that because it's always going to be based on the difference between your entry and your stop. So you could set up an Excel spreadsheet, with those numbers already calculated for you. So if I have a 19 cents difference and I know I'm risking $100 a trade, it'll calculate how many shares I should take, things like that. Okay. So that's how I trade. And that's all about money management. If I'm wrong, I get out of the trade, I obey my stop, I get out of the trade. And that's why, you can practice trading in the simulator, to get used to, being taken out of trades and not agonizing about it. Now, granted, what happens when you start to trade for real? If you cannot make money in the simulator, just forget about trying to trade. It's that simple. Problem is, even if you can make money in the simulator, doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you start trading live. Why? Because human nature being what it is, a lot of times you just won't obey your stop because you can't believe it's not working. It was the best setup in the world, had great news even, which is not necessarily has to be part of a checklist, and it still isn't working. So you say, you know what, my stop, obviously it was too tight. Maybe I should have used the low of the previous 15-minute candle instead of the 5-minute candle. So your $100 manageable loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell it. Yeah, Art, exactly. Simulator. You need our standard service. So that's Art. That's you from, yeah, that's you from the YouTube room, right? Yeah, our standard service. And you just click on Sim, and now it's using our real-time data to practice. Well, I don't have an exit point, okay? I'm aware of this high right here of 485, 585, okay? So I've already taken some profit, okay? I've locked in some profit. Now everything is gravy. If it can take out 585, then of course I'm going to hang on to the trade because the next high is way up here at 785. So I don't have a profit in the sense that when it hits this, I'm out of the trade. I'm just aware of where the stock could, where it could stall. When I get into a trade, I'm always, and I think this will answer your question, Brandon. If I'm risking $100, I want to have a reasonable expectation of making 200. Okay. So if I have a 20-cent stop, I have to have a reasonable expectation that the stock could go 40 cents, in other words, 1 to 2, before it hits some resistance that I could see. So in other words, I wouldn't take this trade right here at 577 because I'm looking left and I think, wow, it could stall at 585. That's what, 4 cents away. I'm not going to take the trade. Okay. If I had a stop of 20 cents, I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 4 cents. If that makes sense. Yeah, now that's Brandon, that's me. But that's because I'm day trading. I would be trying to day trade that. Andy is very different. He's trying to swing trade that, on the path. And that's just, so I'm not a swing trader. But when I see something like this with a ton of room, that's what I get all crazy about, really. I mean, that's what it's all about for me. A ton of room. That it could keep moving until it hits the next high. So again, I go into a trade with a reasonable expectation of at least a 1 for 2. There are people out there that will say, no, that should be a 1 for 3. And that's up to you. In other words, if you're risking 20 cents, you have to have a reasonable expectation of making 60 cents on the trade. And so for instance, if I saw the 200-day moving average just 10 cents away on top, I wouldn't take the trade. Things like that. Now, will I get out of a trade and only make like what you might consider a scalp? Yes, because maybe I don't feel it's working anymore and I want to get out of it. So yes, I mean, could I risk 10 cents and make only 15 or even 10? Sure. But that was not my idea going into the trade. Meanwhile, AMC is just ripping, and so is GME now, guys. Well, the stocks that I'm in, they're not moving. I mean, they're moving. That's why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, Brandon, because they're moving too quickly. Okay. But when I look at Till, it wasn't moving that fast. I mean, it took out this area here. I had plenty of time. I had my price alert set. I had plenty of time to get what I wanted. And these are 5-minute charts. It's not like it went up 50 cents in a second. And yeah, R. I mean, it's the same. Yeah, art. I mean, risk reward. So risking 10 cents to make 20. 1 for 2. As an example. That's how. But again, Brendan, that's why you have to practice. To get your a confidence level about taking trades and where the stop is and sizing correctly. This is not easy. Okay, if you've never done it before, it's not easy. You've got to, you've got to practice, and that's why our simulator is excellent for doing that. There are no questions reserved whatsoever for stocks only. You have questions, McDaver? You can go to the off topic. Okay, off topic. Stocks only is just for. Oh, I see. Okay, I see why. Is just for a specific stock. AMED guys, watch this one. You type that in, and You know, it takes out 160. It could be a good trade, something like that. Okay. Everything else is off topic. So if you have a question, you can ask it in the off topic. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm here, certainly to answer questions. You know, juggling trading and answering questions, but that's okay. I've been doing this for a while, so. Yeah, and I don't trade on fundamentals whatsoever, Brandon. The only thing I pay attention to is earnings, for instance. So, in other words, I will not hold a stock through earnings. If I were so inclined to hold a stock overnight, I personally will never hold a stock through earnings. And you could tell me, yeah, but I've heard everybody on Twitter says it's going to be blowout earnings. Great, I'll trade it the next day. I'll miss the big move, but there'll probably be still a big move the next day. So I don't like to gamble. The big bucks, Ija. Yes, yes. And the only call it fundamentals that we do look at is in the pre-market. So again, I open the room at 8 o'clock. I get on the mic at 9, but at 8 o'clock the room is open, and the other traders are in there and they're discussing ideas. And I come on at 9, and I've already gone through my pre-market scanning, which looks like. So again, this is my pre-market scanning layout. Okay, I'm looking at this. These are it's still running, but when I turn on my computer, whatever time that is, I start seeing the ones that are moving the most in the pre-market, either in the upside or the downside. And so when something is moving, I check, and then I check to see, okay, wonder what sort of news there is for it. Is it an earnings play? Is it some specific news, like especially a bio? They've released some information, things like that. That's about as fundamental as I get. Other than that, I don't care about cash on hand and EPS. And I'm not saying that a person shouldn't, but it's for instance, I mean, some beaten up stock that all of a sudden is having its day. If you looked at the fundamentals, they're probably unbelievably horrible, and you might think to yourself, how can I trade that piece of whatever? Okay, I don't care, because for whatever reason, it's having a day today, and it's trading millions of shares, and that's all I care about. Brandon, can you see my screen? Hey, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So if you can see my screen, I've got multiple time frames here. So when I click on an alert, all these will all change to like GPS and multiple time frames. The SPY chart stays the same, but if you mean this, yes, I've got some thumbnail charts. So that's how I can kind of keep track of the ones that I want to put some price alerts, and this will change all day long. All of a sudden, something will just. Okay, so yeah. So the answer is yes. I do have some charts, especially when the day, not like today, the day has been so active, but sometimes, you get into the doldrums, and then that's when I start looking at my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. And so what do I have? I have 12 charts, I think. Yeah, I have I have three monitors, three 32-inch 4K monitors. Yeah, AMC, man, and GME is starting to follow. Not because it's doing the same business, but you know why. GME is starting to follow, but AMC. There's the next high looking left. I think it's 1422. Yes, they're all running Trade Ideas. I mean, other than my brokerage platform, of course, but other than that, no, I have no other programs. I just use Trade Ideas. Boy, this till, guys, I mean, if it takes out that 585, right there, that 585 right there. I have it in my watch list, APYX. Yes, there it is, 601. Yeah, wow, got up to what, 621. Won't work, Ija. It won't work because, there's no way I can't auto trade something like a till, okay? I mean, this is because where am I going to take the trade? Something like this. I mean, can't do it. And I'll never auto trade. I mean, it's just that simple. I'll never auto trade. I will always, always, always want to see the chart first and what's happening. The only way, and even then it would be dicey, is if eventually, but when I say eventually, I mean this has been talked about for seemingly years. Auto trading your price alerts. So something hits on your a price alert, then okay, maybe. But even then, I'm not going to do it because what happens if I get a price alert, I get the alert, but what if the stock pulled way back and now it's moving higher, 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 and then it hits that price? Well, I wouldn't want to take that trade right then because it's probably too extended. Okay, so even then, having some kind of an auto trading strategy just based on price alerts, I wouldn't do it. Here's another one that's a gap up and go. Oi. I think our Australian friends are probably asleep now. And we have some Australian traders in the room. They're probably asleep now. But oi, OI guys. Wow. Could it happen? Could it happen? Take out that 585. I mean, you just see. I mean, there's that high right there. I mean, it's just stalling it, but it's just moving a little bit above it now, guys. Wow. Now the next level is the 6. I'm a bit of a whole number freak. That it might struggle to get through that whole number, but if it takes out 6, I mean, look out. It's a great trade. Yeah, everything funnels through me, Vicky. Well, I'll be like the emperor who's asking me for the thumbs up or the thumbs down, and you can't see at the gladiator games. So in the simulator scrub, so the question is how did I get the stop and target on all your, oh, you're talking about are you talking about the smart stop and target? You're not talking about this. Are you talking about TIL specifically because of that red line? Or are you talking about just in general, the smart stop and the target? Yeah, AMC is just rippage. So you have to explain what you mean exactly. Are you talking about how did I get that line as a stop? Or are you just talking in general, which are these smart stops, these shaded areas, the green and the red? What a day. This has been, again, one of those, my opinion, one of those days because we've had so many, well, the ones I've seen anyway. I can't obviously speak for every alert, but the ones that I've been seeing is stuff that like this, the till, the rely, steady moves up, before, I'm not saying it's going to last all day, but like a steady move up instead of up chop, up chop, up chop. Okay, that's because the AI, yeah, you're talking about the y-axis where you see the entry and a stop. Yeah, the other ones, no other, well, they'll sort of have that because let's look at GPS. Okay, maybe hard. Let me get a big chart out. The question is, how do you get stops and targets? Let me get a big chart up, okay? And I'll explain how that happens. Properties, let me do some symbol linking. So let me click on GPS. Okay, can you see that red dotted line? That is the smart stop, and way up here is the target. And that is generated, by if you want to see these, and you just right click and go to properties and oops, properties, look at that box, and at the very bottom it says show smart risk levels, and you can check it. Every time you click on an alert, we'll click on AMC. So what it's saying is that if you took the trade right now at 1422, this is a suggested stop. Now, do you have to follow it? No, of course not. But that's a suggested stop. The target is no big deal. It's just double, the difference between where you got in and that, and then doubling it. And so that target would be way up here. Okay. But the AI is the only one in which you're actually going to see in the y-axis. But you will see it if you add. So does that make sense, Scrub? You just have to add the smart stop levels. But the AI is the only one in the y-axis that's going to have a number, like an actual price for the entry and a price for the stop. Oh, I know what Real is going to say. I know what Real is going to say. Either the ADMA on the 5-minute chart or even on the 15-minute chart. ADMA on the 15-minute chart never broke, so stay in the trade. So scrub, did that make sense? What I showed you? And the bottom line is that you cannot get a number on the y-axis other than with the AI trades. But if you want, you can set up. This is an AI trade, of course, so that's why you see these numbers. And one of the reasons with the AI trades, I mean, this is a defined number, okay? The smart stop will trade will change all day long because it all depends on when you get into the trade. If you're thinking about it. So again, if you took this APYX trade right here at 619, they're suggesting a stop at 594. Now, how is this generated? You know, it's an algorithm. It takes a look at the volatility of the stock, I think on 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, things like that, feeds those numbers in, and it generates a smart stop. Now, do you have to again abide by it? No, it's a guide. That's all it is. I was going to ask that question, Real, but I thought I'd hold off. I figure that when it's ready, he'll share it, or maybe he'll just keep it to himself. Look at SWTX, guys. SWTX right here. Look what it's trying to do. Trying to come off that 19 maybe. No, I don't really have a daily. I mean, I will have if if I lost a certain amount of money, I'll stop trading. But I don't really have a daily profit goal, no. And that's not to say, a person shouldn't. I mean, no, okay, realistically, I mean, let's just say I was up, what I would consider a good sum of money on the day. What I may do is throttle back if I still want to continue to trade, throttle back on the next trades. So maybe not risk as much. I know I said I want to risk the same amount every trade, but I'll reserve the right if I've had a big winning day, I may throttle it back a bit. Whew, all right, guys. Wow, 227 already. So in about half an hour, and I'll stick around till 3:30 in terms of on the mic if I have to. I don't mind. But typically what I do is at about 3 o'clock, I just put myself on mute and then I hop back on the mic if there are some questions. Oh, listen, TRD. I've been in situations, earlier, like a long time ago. Problem is sometimes when you are on a hot streak during the day, you think you're bulletproof, you're infallible. And I had to learn that that's not the case. So what would happen sometimes is I'd make, what I would consider like a very good profit during the day, and everything was working. And then I'd start to, wow, I'm just going to double up, okay, and give it all back. This is when I had no money management techniques whatsoever. So for me right now with the till, I mean, if it ever broke down through 6, I'm definitely out of it. But right now, I'm just going to ride it and see what happens. I mean, my fantasy level is way up here at 790. I mean, I'd be amazed if it got anywhere close to that. But yeah, well, let's take a look. Let's look left to see what the next highs are. And 616 is there. 641 looks like 641 is, I mean, there's little areas that it could stall all the way from, 641 probably up to 7. But the volume is big, 7.5 times normal. Not as big as yesterday, though. I mean, look at the yesterday's volume was stunning for it. And so this is rare for me because I'd forgotten. I had shorted till, on this move. That was on the 10-day daily breakdown. I had shorted this one. Made about 40 cents on the short. Now I'm making way more on the long. Yeah, the well, I mentioned the SWTX. It's on that 19 break. If you took it, I mean, you got to be careful. All right, to get rid of these bottoming tails, I don't know why it happens on our SPY chart especially, but I have to reload it. Well, this took its time, but I mean, PLAB, I mean, again, it's making a new high and great. I'm not in this, but great continuation of earnings. Earnings 2 days ago. Here's yesterday, and here's today. It's very choppy intraday. I mean, this to me was way more difficult to trade than let's say the obviously the TIL. I mean, the TIL is just this is going to give me $1 on a $6 stock. Are you in this one, Zach? The TIL. Well, but it came on his bouncers. It came on his bouncers at 485. So again, guys, this has just been I mean, you're getting a lot of stocks trending. You know, that's, boy, you get a day like today, this is where you got to pounce. Trending, trending, trending. There's an hour. I mean, that's great for intraday trading. You get an hour of straight up as opposed to chopping up and down, up and down. You know, you get into a trade, you get stopped out, try it again, you get stopped out. It's very frustrating. Yeah, Red Robin, and so it's an earnings play, and now it's starting to pick up again. So you know, at the very beginning, and it did nothing. I mean, it is this is chopping up and down, up and down, up and down for what 3, 4, or 5 hours until decided, you know what? Let's start to run. Now look at the difference in that 15-minute chart when it started to run. And a high short flow percent. Oh, I see what you're saying. So we've got sort of the triple. You've got a stock with a low float, so that's a supply. You've got demand because of the earnings release, and also a short float percent. So 26% of that 15 million were short. So if you're short and you're watching this happen, you're going, should I be covering? Now if you were short from way up here, you may be holding on, but oh man, that AMC is not. I mean, yes, it did have the pullback, and I see it hit Zach scan at 1433. Had a pullback. Did have a what bar did that happen on? And by the way, if you're wondering about what these blue arrows mean, when you click on an alert, depending on the time frame you're looking at. So if I clicked on, what I did was over here. So from Zach Scan, AMC 1433, I click on it. And so on the 15-minute candle, that's where the alert happened. On the 5-minute candle, that's where the alert happened. On the 2-minute chart, that's where the alert happened. Okay, that's all it means. It's just telling you where was the alert. So in a nicely visual way, when I click on SIGA from my watch list at 9:48, I click on it, 11:24. There's the blue arrow. So I can say, wow, okay, what did it do from there? Highly visual now. I see exactly where the alert happened on the 15-minute chart. If I scroll back, I would see on the 5, of course, but I can see what did it do? And I say, wow, look at that move. Okay. Okay, guys, yeah, the ONCT still, what's sort of, 126 is there, 128 is there, so it's above all. So this is sort of the area that it could easily stall. I mean, it's been trading extremely well, but you look at that daily chart there, it looks like there's a ton of stuff around that 140. If I'd known, of course, it was going to get up here, of course I would have taken it. I just thought it might stall a lot earlier, but I was wrong. No, I never traded at a prop firm, no. I can, I don't know if I want to add it as a header, Zach, but I don't think anybody, I don't think there are very many new traders that even look at this, but okay, the mic is fine. Okay, fine. I don't think I want to add it as a header. But what Zach is saying, and I've said this a million times, even for me, not even for me, I mean, bounces and toppers are difficult. You know, they're wonderful in retrospect when you see them and say, man, I wish I got at the bottom. Look at the bottom and it moved higher. But they're not the easiest. I mean, so these are bounce plays. So for instance, there's an alert at 41.89 for KISS. I know it's not KISS. Then 41.87, 41.21, 40.20. Now, at what point, if you'd got that alert right off the bat and said, okay, I'll just take the trade, you would have been hit. Now, again, every trade you take, you've got to have a stop. That's why I was saying the rely, though, this is how, if you're new to trading, and even myself, what made sense for me with the rely was, yes, we had an alert at 11:15. Remember, these are potential bounces. We had an alert at 11:11 as it kept moving down. We had an alert at 10:97 as it kept moving down. But then it stopped and then it came back up. So, I mean, the difference between that first alert, it's not that bad. And, 10:97, 11:15, it's not that bad. And so all I said was, okay, if that is sort of the bottom and it starts to move up, I want to stick an alert, a price alert between 11:11 and 11:15 so that I know if it does hit that. And that's all I did. But I mean, if this had gone 11:15, 11:11, 10:97, 10:50, 10:9, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have, and sure, I mean, it probably it might have had an amazing bounce at 9, but you're new, and even myself, I mean, where am I going to guess that it's going to bounce? Okay, so I'm pretty picky about the ones that I'm going to take from a bounce, and it's the same thing with the top scan. So these are pretend, and a lot of you out there won't short. So you might just want to forget about this, but it's the same sort of idea though. Look at GPS. First alert was at 11:51 to short it. It moved up to 11:55, moved up to 11:63, and what did it do from there? And see, it hasn't really moved. Well, I shouldn't say that. So there it was, 11. See, because there's that last candle. So it did get up to 11:65. So I could have put an alert. Where am I here? I could have put an alert at say 11:55, a price alert to say, okay, be aware if it happens, and then maybe short it. I would have made okay. It would have been okay. What got down to 11:19 from that 11:55 as an example. But I know a lot of you won't short, so that's fine. So if you just want to concentrate on the bounces, that's fine also. But that's why, Zach is saying, I mean, this is not just the program is any scan. It's called Trade Ideas. These are ideas. You have to have some kind of a plan to trade. And of course, to have a stop. Okay, guys, I'm out most of my TIL now. It looks like it may be stalling, so I'm out most of my TIL now. I have just a little bit left in case it does something crazy. Maybe it makes a big move with the rest of the market, but I'm out of the TIL now. Most of it. Just have a little piece left. Made basically $1 on the last part that I had, which is, you get in a $5 or $6 stock and make $1. And in a nothing is easy, but a relatively stress-free trade. Not a lot of chop. Look at that 2-minute chart. I mean, you don't see giant red candles moving down and then the next one up. Okay, that's what we're talking about. When we talk about when I talk about a stress-free trade, that's what I'm talking about. Nothing worse than getting a big green candle, then the next one is red, and the next one is green, red. I mean, it just chops you out. Okay, so you can hear me now, right, Scrub? I just want to make sure you can hear me and you can see what I'm going to do. So I need a couple of yeses to make sure you can hear me and you can see my screen. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. So what I said was this. So the only way to get like this, the ONCT as an example, a display like this, where there is the entry and there's the stop, those are only AI alerts. Okay, number one, only AI alerts. But if you click on an alert, and this is what I was doing, I'm going to get a big chart up. So if I click on an alert, let me bring this over here. I click on GPS. Okay. What happened is I didn't do my symbol linking. Okay. So let me do this again. I click on GPS right there. So you can set up, if you don't have this dotted line, what this is telling me is saying, okay, if you took this trade at 11:58, this is a suggested smart stop at 11:14. And if you don't, and then above here, you can't see it because it'd be way on top. And this is in risk $100 mode. And the target for 200 would be double. So 1158 minus whatever that, let's say that was 1160 and that was 1120, 40 cents. Then they would put the target 80 cents on top of the entry. Okay. Now that's the only thing you can do. If you don't have these smart stops, then it's just a matter of right click, properties, and then where it says show smart risk levels, you check it. Okay, but you will not get the same. It will not look exactly like the AI alerts. Okay. And these are guides, and how these are generated. It's an algorithm. Takes a look at the volatility of 15-minute candles, takes the high and the low in consideration, feeds those numbers in, and it gives you a smart stop. Now, this smart stop will change all day long, of course. It all depends on when you click on the alert. If later on, a GPS was up at $12 and I clicked on it, that smart stop would be higher. So this will change all day long. All right, guys, we've got about 10 minutes left on my being on the mic. So, any questions? Michael Anthony, you keep mentioning this one. I don't know if you're trying to convince me. And any other one that you're talking about, any one of these little ones. I'm sorry because I feel like you're pumping this, okay? I know maybe you're not doing it to me, but other people in the YouTube room see that, and I just feel that you pump it every single day, either EGE, EGY, or BRN, or any one of those other little oil plays that you like, and there's just no point in doing it. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I know it. And you're not a subscriber. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't be in the room. You know, it's a free room, but after a while, it gets kind of tedious. And take it the right way. I mean, you might not take it the right way, but I see every time when Chris gets into the room, you're always putting out EGY, going to break out, 118, debt free, plenty of cash, this and that. Nobody cares. I shouldn't say nobody cares. There might be one person, but very rarely. And you just do it over and over and over again. So please stop. Very few rules, that we have, but one of them is no pumping. I mean, it's an obvious one, but we don't pump ever. Our NLX, Renalytics. Yeah, I mean, listen, I obviously get carried away a little bit too if I'm in a trade and it's working, but I mean, I would never be saying, okay, Till, guys, you should buy this because it's debt free and it has this and that, and the news is great, so buy it right now. No, never, ever, 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 ever going to hear me say that. Wow, 8 minutes, guys. 8 minutes to off the mic. But don't worry. I mean, if you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. It's just after what, 7 hours or 6, 7 hours. Yeah, Sega, you're right. Look out below. Maybe, maybe. I mean, look, if it takes out this 13, 13, 12-ish, I mean, those are kind of the lows in this area. This could really start moving it down. But I'm done. I am done. You too, William. Have a great long weekend. HAGLW. I know you hate the long weekends, but all right. So before I do get muted, I will just, of course, one more time talk about our promo. Okay, so I put the promo code link. You can either click on that or you can click on my homepage. Probably the homepage is better because it's got more information on it. And there it is right up here. There's the promo code you can use, Test Drive 25. This will be good until June the 6th, which is I think a Monday, June the 6th, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So there's still time. It's only May 27th right now. And so you'll get 25% off. And my advice, start off with a monthly. You'll get the 25% off, the 118 or the 228. And again, the discount for the monthly is only good for the first month, but try us out. You know, the standard, try us out, and you'll get that 25% off. And if you do decide you want an annual, you will honor the 25% as long as you do it within 30 days, or keep on a monthly. I mean, that it's up to you. And these are not contracts, so just month to month. That's it. And again, the big difference is the AI, which is giving us these two right now. The ONCT, big 30% gain that I'm not in. And as always, please do this, the Let's Get Started. You know, it'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 videos, about 30 minutes long. It starts off with a download and installation. Save yourself some aggravation. And they've just added this so you can sign up for it's not really a daily market recap. It's more of a single stock, but maybe I'll get them to change this. But anyway, you can sign up for it right here, all free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free. So the stock of the day video is basically this. Might have to do some rearranging now. All my scans are here. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. So you've heard me talk about Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. My pre-market, the gap continuation or reverse, that 10-day daily breakdown. And these don't give very many alerts, guys. So don't think, wow, how many, you had so many scans. I don't have them all up and running, by the way. You know, I just created a lot of these over the, I have a lot more than I have. I have created a lot more over the years, but I thought I'd put these in. I don't use them all at the same time. And then the education. Okay, the user guide. Do not get hung up on how much there is. Just concentrate on these first 4 subjects. You should have already done the getting started. You should take a look at the channel bar to see all of the layouts that we have, the theme-based layouts and all the individual scans that we have there. You might start extracting some that you like. And you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and the differences. Want to find more about the stock racing? Down here. So saving my link, and then you can, of course, take a look at the Let's Get Started. But more importantly, there's so much information on my scan section and the education. So you can take a look at this anytime you want. Just save my link and then you'll have access to it. Vicky, you too. Nice to see you just as Vicky. Well, certainly, guys, a nice 3 days in the SPY. We haven't seen 3 days like this for a while. I guess we saw it here, but this seemed to be better. So I'll just put this here again. I will answer questions if I have to. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't think he wants to be on mute. Don't worry about it. Hmm. We're running out of space, so I'm going to do this. Ah. Better planning. Here we go. There we go. And that's including the YouTube room, guys. So Chris is not going to be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. He is taking a well-deserved break. So I'll put myself on mute now. All right, everybody, I'm going to shut the room down right now. Thanks so much for all the help all week. Just give me a moment here. And remember, the market is closed on Monday for the Memorial Day holiday in the United States. What a finish. Holy smokes, what a finish. Okay, so have a great long weekend, and we will see you Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So again, have a great long weekend, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.